After years of teaching the ACCA SBL exam, I found that when students know what the requirement is asking for and answer the requirement correctly, that the student answer is very likely to get high marks. So it's important to cover the whole SBL syllabus knowledge. So I'm intending to make this video to cover all the SBL knowledge in one single video and hope this helps. Now, firstly, let's go through the whole SBL syllabus. Now, when we talk about strategy, it means it's just to be a holistic view. So in other words, think about it like if you're selling ACCA online courses. For example, if you're running the global APC, it's just to be a tuition provider providing high quality ACCA courses. Now, how you would do about it? Well, perhaps that you may be thinking about to introduce the face-to-face tuition studies. So if that's the case, then not only that you need to change the course content, perhaps you will need to employ additional lecturers to lecture different topics and papers on a face-to-face basis. This means that if you're changing something, so other bits and pieces will need to change. It's what I mean by holistic view. It's not just to be a list of plan or a to-do list. This is not about strategy. And of course, when I talk about strategy, we will need to win our competitor. So that's why we always need to think about the analysis stage, where we need to think about the internal and external environments that the business is operating in before we make a strategic option. So for example, to export our product. Alternatively, we may be franchising our business like what McDonald's is currently doing. And then we'll need to implement that. Now, if you were to implement something that you're actually starting with a project, you're actually changing something, you also need to make sure your step 1, step 2 and step 3 will need to be done properly, which means you will need to manage the process right. Now, this is not enough. Because when we talk about the implementation stage, we're also talking about the daily focus, which means focusing on the operational department. This is why we also need to cover the marketing, supply chain, technological and human resource management department and how we would manage their performance. And very importantly, we also need to focus on the organizational structure, whether or not it's more of a tall structure or a flatter structure. And of course, different structures will have different pros and cons. Now, not only we need to focus on that, but also we need to focus on the leadership and culture of how to manage the entire business in order that we can sustain the business in the longer term. How can we deal with the stakeholder claims and make sure that you're ethical following the corporate governance principles? And last but not least, risk management topic, so important because tested each and every time in the SBL exam. I don't wish to complicate the syllabus knowledge in just one single video or section here, because I would like to go through them in detail about my mnemonics and application to real life scenarios in my course. But in this video, I'm going to be telling you the skeleton of the SBL paper, because as you may be aware of, nowadays that the SBL exam is the application of a business sense or the business common sense. So what that means is that the examining team will be directly giving you lots and lots of hints from their exhibit. So you don't need to do a lot of memory work, but you need to know the correct idea. So that's why you need to know what the requirement is for. And then answer the requirement using the exhibit information, using my own XYZ approach to structure your answer, and hopefully you will gain a solid pass. Now, let's look at the first one. All right, when we talk about the analysis stage, which means that when we are setting up a strategy. Now, what do you think? Do you set strategy? Let's relate that to a real life scenario. So, for example, that you're sitting the ACCA exam. Why? Because you've set up a strategy that you want to be somebody that would be quite successful. So for example, financial analysts, investment banker, and so on. So this is why I'm sure that, at least from my perspective, I passed all my ACCA exams over a decade ago. And before I made the decision, firstly, I've done lots of analyses. So for example, what am I good at, which means the strength? What am I not very good at, especially for my mathematical skill? And are there any opportunities that I can exploit of being an ACCA accountant? And also, are there any threats? So for example, is it the number of ACCA students increasing? Is the job market competitive? So I'm conducting the SWOT analysis. Now, in my analysis stage, the first thing I need to do is to audit my position to see where I am currently at. I'm focusing on the internal parts of myself, about my strength and weakness, especially I'm talking about the concept called strategic capability. Now, what do I mean by strategic capability? So is it, well, I've got my body, I've got my hands, I've got my brain, so these are my resources. But can I use them to pass the ACCA exam? Is it just for one paper? Or after I pass one paper, can I pass all the other papers? Which means, can you do it? This means your competency. Now, if I have my brain, I can pass all the papers using my hands, brains. Well, I've got strategic capability. But this is not enough. Because after you've got your strategic capability of passing all the exams, well, can you win your competitor? Well, for example, my aim is to get a better job. But I can see the job market is quite competitive. I've got the ACCA qualification. They also have got their ACCA qualification as well. So how can I differentiate ourselves from others? Well, this is what I mean by competitive advantage. Can you compete with others and to win? This is what I mean by you've got an advantage to win others. Well, you will need certain tactics. Well, I could say that for businesses, for example, they can focus on providing low cost product, setting a low price, and then win a lot of market share. So this is what I mean by cost leader. Alternatively, you can differentiate yourself from others, really. So for example, providing a better service. For example, providing a better process, like what Walmart is currently doing. Now, to identify your competitive advantage, it's important that you look at the idea called Porter's value chain. On my left-hand side of the page, the Porter's value chain. Now, of course, this model is commonly tested. Now, what do I mean by Porter's value chain? It is not something that is sophisticated. So let me take you through to my notes here. Now, according to Michael Porter, he said that any business's activities can be divided into the primary as well as the secondary activities. So for example, any activities would need to deal with a supplier, which means the inbound logistics, and then it has its own operation to turn the input into the output, which means for many businesses, they will need to focus on can they standardize the process to produce the outputs. I mean, if this is not the case, the quality will suffer. And then they've got the outputs, whether or not they can be delivered on time, which means the outbound logistics. And talking about, well, do they have good marketing campaigns? How about the conversion rates of those people who are interested in your product into their customers? And even whether or not they actively engage with other customers, which means providing the after-sales services. I mean, here at Global APC, we do provide the after-sales services that if you need any support, having queries during your study, and our tutors can answer your queries ASAP. All right? So these are the primary activities. How about the secondary? Well, any businesses, they've got their procurement. They need to buy something. They've got their infrastructure, which means we are talking about the fund, whether or not they've got money, and whether or not they've got their quality standard. They also have got the research and development, which means the technology. They've got their website and systems, And also they've got the human beings, which means the HRM, human resource management. It's all about whether or not they've got ability to attract, retain and motivate their staff. Now, what is the point of looking at the Porter's value chain analysis? As I said before, is to identify your competitive advantage. So think of a business that, well, the business has got very, very good product, very good product in terms of its operation and on-time delivery. However, their marketing sucks. It's not quite effective. No one knows about that. So even though they've got good product and they can buy raw materials always at the discounts on the right-hand side. And also when talking about the infrastructure, the quality is quite good. However, the marketing is bad. Because the marketing is bad, they can't provide after-sales services at all because they've got no customers. So we can say that the company is doing good. However, not in the marketing side. So therefore, the company is not quite competitive in the market. So we need to improve on that. So I can turn that into value, which means profit. Now, very good past exam questions you can try on is the question from March and June 23. Task number 3. It's all about the Porter's value chain. And you can see how this topic could be tested. Well, you don't need to memorize all this stuff, but you need to know what are they, and then to apply your answer to the exhibit information. And that's all. Alright, now let's move on then. In your syllabus, there's a very small, tiny area. It's called the strategy clock. Now, what do I mean by strategy clock is that you can't simply increase your price without any increase in the values that you offer to your customer. So it's important you always to think about to match the selling price with the value of the products that you offer. That's important. Otherwise, the strategy will fail. So this is the whole idea about the strategy clock model. Now, so far that we've covered at least 2 models, let's move on. How about when we are analysing things, as I said before, why did you choose ACCA qualification? Well, you may be thinking about from the microenvironment's perspective, because the market, the job market nowadays is quite competitive. So if you were to win your competitor, other candidates, for example, having ACCA qualification over those who do not possess such qualifications at all, you've got that advantage to get the job. So this is what I mean by the microenvironment. How about the macroenvironment, for example? Well, you may be thinking of that you've got ACCA qualification. Perhaps in some countries, you can get subsidy from government. The government will give you cash, for example, that you're considering the macroenvironment. Or perhaps that you're considering if you were to compete with others in the overseas market, and what sort of factors that you need to consider. Now, let me just to remind you about the environments that we are operating in. Inside the business, we are calling this as the internal environment. But if we are working in this industry, talking about this industry, we are talking about the micro environment. If we are talking about, well, something that is bigger than single one industry, we are talking about the macro environment. Here we use different models. We use Porter's 5 forces model here. We use value chain in our internal environment, and we use the PESEL model when we talk about the macro environment here. Now let's talk about that. Now let's talk about firstly talking about the Porter's 5 forces model. If you're asked to analyze whether or not the industries that you're operating in is attractive, is profitable, how? We use the Porter's 5 forces. Now, my own mnemonic for this is called CCCSS. 3C and 2S. Alright. Now, use your common sense. What do you think? If you were to sell your ACCA online courses, for example, at Global APC, we are analysing the industry in this market. Let's talk about competitors. there might be a lot of new competitors in this market because we can see that there will be a lot of freelancers offering the ACCA online courses competing against us. The competition will be quite high because it seems to me that the barriers to entry will be quite low because they've got the ACCA qualifications, they sat the ACCA qualifications perhaps recently and passed the exam and teach. How about the competitors? The existing competitors, for example, larger institutes offering ACCA online courses. We need to see the number of them. The reason is, I always care about the market concentration ratio. Because there's no point in simply talking about how to compete with your competitors. For example, increasing your prices or decreasing your prices. Well, if a market is dominated by only 2 or 3 competitors, it's very hard for you to decrease prices because it's more of the oligopoly market. If you decrease prices, and of course, the competitors will follow and everyone will lose in this market. We also need to consider the power of our customers. Do they account for a higher percentage of our total revenue? If the answer for this is yes, perhaps they would like to pay later. Okay, because they are so powerful. How about suppliers? Supplying us with raw material, labor and fund? We need to see the number of them. Can we change them? If we cannot change them quite easily, of course they are quite powerful. They may demand cash on delivery. This may hurt on liquidity. Are there any substitutes? Are there products very similar to ours? If that's the case, well, in this market, it's not quite profitable, especially the, for example, ACCA studies, that students can self-study the ACCA papers on their own, and therefore no profit for tuition providers. So these 5 forces, you will need to have a conclusion in the end that whether or not the power of each force is high or low and how they would affect our industry profit. How about the macro environment? The macro environment, I'm using the PETSEL analysis. We need to consider the action from government, especially for tax policies. Can we enjoy the tax savings from them? But when we're talking about the economic side, we are talking about the cycle. I don't believe the economy will always be bad because there will be sometimes there will be a good economic condition in the market. So that's why will impact on our action to borrow money or not, because if the interest rate is quite low, it's advisable, it is recommended and advisable to companies to borrow extra fund because to enjoy the low interest costs. I also need to focus on the social part. Okay, do people change their mindset? For example, they favour something that is more green. Technological part, perhaps the impact of AI, that we need to make further investment on that. And also the environmental and other legal issues about other laws and regulations, we always need to think about the compliance costs that we need to incur. Have you ever wondered that some companies in certain countries will perform better than that company operating in other countries? Well, we will need to use the Porter's diamonds to analyze this particular situation. So for example, if you were to operate in the country A, you may have the factor condition. There might be key factors. For example, if you're setting up your bank in the UK, they've got a team of experts they can employ. So these are the key factors driving your success. How about the demand conditions? Whether or not the customers, they want your product. How about the competition in that market? Similar to what we've seen the Porter's 5 forces model, where we talk about the competitors, the new one and the existing ones. And even are there any related and supporting industries that can help you to expand your product lines? So for example, that instead of simply providing ACCA online courses here at Global APC, we also provide the SIMA online courses. These are the related products or related industries that we can expand our materials into other professional qualifications. Supporting industries, we are talking about the supply chain. This is what I mean by supporting industry. Do we have suppliers of money and labour? Do we have customers or dealers who would like to work with us? So if you find that in certain areas, so these are the factors that can help you to differentiate yourself from others, that you are very likely to succeed in that market. Now, I would say that using PESTLE, that we can identify the opportunities and threats that companies facing. And don't forget, when you're applying the Porter's Diamonds model, you also need to comment on the role of government. Do they support you? When you talk about the Porter's Five Forces, as I said before, if any threats or the force have low threat, of course, that you can enjoy more profit from it. Now, when we talk about the external environment, some businesses in the past may not be aware of such changes. And that's why it may have a situation where their strategy doesn't work, which means strategic shift. If you're asked about that terminology in the exam, don't be afraid that this is just to mean that the strategy doesn't work. Why? Because, for example, think about Nokia many years ago, that with the emergence of Apple products in the market, that they are not aware of little environmental changes. So, for example, people like tablets. And therefore, they continue with the existing strategy, so their strategy fails, which means strategic shift. And then they're not sure what to do. This is what I mean by flux. And the final stage is that you will need to have large change. It's what I mean by transformational. Transformational is just to be large, which means you simply cannot change your product design. You will need to change the way that you view the value chain. Your procurement, your technology, your infrastructure, your operation, urban logistics, marketing, after sales, all these bits and pieces need to change with new KPIs or key performance indicators in place. So these are the 4 stages of strategic shifts, and you will need to memorize that. Now, how can we deal with strategic shift? Well, here are 2 ideas. Firstly, always do scenario planning, identifying and revising these risks, and also manage your knowledge, share your knowledge among your business, because your staff may be able to capture the latest trend. So share that knowledge with the top management. And also to build a learning organization, especially for the culture part, that don't blame the wrong ideas. Just try them, why not? All right? And that's why we'll later on talk about the entrepreneurship in a second, which means don't blame your staff. Allow them to try something and to delegate responsibility to those staff and to having budgets for their ideas to try them. Okay, so that's important. Now, so far, let me just to remind you, where are we? So far, that we finish off all the position audit side, all right? Which means on the left-hand side here. Now, during the analysis stage, it's also important to look at the corporate strategy. And especially that you've got many companies within your group. But think about it. I don't want to complicate this, but think about it. Think about it. When we are talking about corporate strategy, when you are sitting ACCA qualification, do you fund yourself or do you need to get funds from your parent? Well, if you're saying that I need to get funds from a parent, this means how your parents will help, but in business language, it's called how headquarters add value. okay, to other companies within the same group? Well, if they are using the hands-on approach, which means they allow you to use their fund, which means they're acting as the parental role. If they are using hands-off approach, for example, they set up KPIs on you, and then, you will need to pass your ACCA qualifications, and with each paper more than 70 marks, they're acting like portfolio manager. They are not directly funding you. They're not directly giving you access to their brand, to their resources. They use the hands-off approach that if you can meet with a target, you can get cash. Otherwise, you cannot get cash. If your parent says to you, well, 1 + 1 = 5, if you're sitting ACCA qualification, that they will introduce a very good tutors that you can work with. But in business, like, they can introduce very good suppliers and dealers that you can work with. So if that's the case, they're acting like the synergy manager. But most importantly, from this exam's point of view, that you need to focus on the BCG matrix, because this exam will give you a pre-sim material 2 weeks ahead of the exam. All the questions will be set according to that pre-sim material. That pre-sim material may contain several products or divisions or covering different geographical areas. So what you need to do is to see that how to classify each product, how to classify each division. Should we hold it? Should we sell it? If it depends on the BCG matrix models that you're using, the x-axis will stand for relative market share. You simply take your revenue, let's say $30, and divide this into the total revenue in this industry, let's say $300, which means your current market share is 10%. You will need to divide into the largest competitor's sales revenue. Let's say the largest competitor's sales revenue would be like, I don't know, $100. So if that's the case, then their market share is like 33%. Now 10 over 33%, I believe that is less than 0.5. All right. So if that's the case, then we are saying that it's low, relative market share will be low because it's less than 0.5. So 0.5 is the benchmark here. We also need to consider the market growth on the y-axis, which means the revenue growth from year on year. So you can compare that with the GDP growth in your market or in your country. So you can argue that it's a high growth or low growth, but it's entirely up to you really. Now, if you classify that as the high growth and high relative market share is a star will consume you a lot of cash, but at the same time, it will give you a lot of revenue. A thin dog, low share, low growth, perhaps we need to sell it. A question mark, our aim is to turn that into a star, which will finally turn into a cash cow. Now in the exam, always to comment on these two axes for each product and then your strategy. Now it's important to action should be specific, but the general idea about your action is whether or not you would like to expand that business, which means to increase that, for example, the core activity. So for example, to keep that core activity, for example, at Global APC, we're selling ACCA online courses, keep that. Also expand on that, for example, putting more budget into the marketing part. And even relating to secondary activity, whether or not to increase or decrease that, you can refer it back to the Porter's value chain model here. The final area within the corporate strategy is to think of the whole business in a holistic way. You don't need to memorize these points that are highlighted in red in circle here, but you need to comment on that. The examiner will give you that if this model is tested. Now, the performance excellence model, you will need to think of the business, leadership, Do they go the right way? Strategy, are they appropriate? Customers, are they happy? Workforce, are they happy? Operations, up to quality standards. And how about the result? Whether or not you've got profit and cash from it, whether or not the KPIs are appropriate, and how you manage your knowledge in an appropriate way. So the examiner may need you to scrutinize each of the area in turn and to identify the weaknesses that can be improved subsequently. So this is the idea. Now, currently, we finish off the whole analysis stage. Congratulations. It's a big chunk of syllabus really. But now let's make strategic choices after we know where are we. When we are talking about strategic choices, we are talking about these three areas. Firstly, the direction, what way that we need to go, and the methods that we can grow our business. And also we need to focus on the international market before we talk about the SFA tests, which means the suitability, acceptability and feasibility study, to see whether or not that strategic choice or option is good. Now, let's talk about firstly the direction here. We're using the Ansoff growth vector matrix, but trust me, this is not something that's complicated. All we are talking about here is to think of like global APC. Now, we need to focus on our customers, and this is what I mean by market. It could be the existing or the new customers. And of course, the product that we are selling ACCA online courses is our existing product. Perhaps we may be introducing other product lines. These are known as new product. Now, if we are focusing on the existing customers with existing product, we are calling this as penetration. All you need to do is to increase the marketing to your existing customers by keep selling them the existing product, sending them emails, and so on, no more than that. But the downside may limit growth. They need to memorize that in the exam. So that's why companies may be expanding the business to new customers. That's easier than developing a new product. Of course, we can see the good side is that revenue will go up. However, they will need to incur a lot of market research costs on that. Hold on a second. Why not to introduce new product, which means new features building into our existing product? It's fine. However, a lot of development costs, and we can't guarantee that customer will like it. That's a more risky approach than the market development approach here. And of course, finally, just to diversify your business, instead of selling your ACCA online courses, now I also introduce computer games. So if that's the case, then these is known as the unrelated diversification. If you can see the graph I created here. How about the related diversification? Well, think about it that we are offering ACCA online courses, a global APC, but at the same time, we also offer similar online courses. So these are known as the horizontal one because they are quite similar. But if you don't want to talk about them, you simply talk about the supply chain issue, where we are talking about the vertical diversification. And that's an example in the related diversification here. Now, if you are buying your supplier, which means you're here, you're buying your supplier, so this is known as the backwards integration. If you're buying your dealer, this is known as the forward integration. You can have stability over supply chain, but you simply need to rely on them. You reduce your flexibility in choosing other suppliers or dealers that you can work with. Always memorize these basic pros and cons and to apply your thoughts in the right way, focusing on the exhibit and the requirement information on the exam day, and you can pass this paper easily. Alright? Now, after you look at the Ansoff growth vector matrix, I can develop new product, I can develop new market, it's fine, but in what way? You can do it on your own, which means organic growth is quite slow, that you need to build all the factories and websites on your own. Alternatively, you can buy the existing one like Elon Musk buying Twitter platform and then turning it into the X platform. It's quite quick. However, cultural clash is a problem they need to think of, because the ways to operate each of the value chain activity will be quite different, using different KPIs. How about the final one? Using strategic alliances way to grow a business. For example, developing a new product, developing a new market. You can license them to do that. So for example, like Disney licensing Mickey Mouse to anybody who like to produce your cars, like to produce your clothes, and they will charge you a fee, which means the license fee. Alternatively, using a franchise way like McDonald's, allowing you to use the whole business model of McDonald's to grow your own business. Alternatively, we can outsource it to somebody else. You need to make sure they understand the pros and cons of outsourcing, which means relying on a particular supplier. And also you can set up a joint venture business with another partner, sharing risks and sharing the initial inputs into the business. You can see that we can always use the standardized steps to talk about these. You can share costs and risks, but if you're relying on somebody to produce your product or you're outsourcing it, perhaps quality, you may lose control. And for joint venture, slower decision. Perhaps they need to agree with your partner before going ahead with a particular decision here. This applies to all categories in the answer of growth vector matrix. Penetration, development, diversification, that you can always use organic or M&A or strategic alliances ways to grow the business. A very good exam question that you can try on will be a question from September-December 2017, question 4. It's called Trama Business. Okay, to combine all of these bits and pieces all together. And of course, in my course, I will be going through them in turn and in depth, all right, using my XYZ structure, how to logically structure your answer to persuade the market will give you marks. The final one is all about the international market. From my perspective, the thing that you need to know will be to export your products, or setting up an overseas branch or subsidiary overseas to produce your product. For example, you can use organic growth, joint venture, M&A options. Alternatively, you can have the contract manufacturer. So for example, you're outsourcing the manufacture of your iPhone to a company based in China, and then after they manufacture it, they will need to send it back to the US for final assembly, for example. So these are the ways that you can enter into a foreign market. Okay, I think this is not something that is difficult, but it's important that in the exam, the SFA tests, very, very commonly tested, because after you make your strategic choice, you will need to assess whether or not the choice is good. Don't say, I think this is good. Nobody cares what you think. I don't normally use the first person tone in this exam. I would say to the examining team with my evaluation that whether or not the strategy is suitable because it's building on the strength or solving our weakness, matching with our culture, and increasing the speed of our product into the market. So that's why it's suitable. So each of them as a heading and to fully apply to the case. Is the option feasible? Do we have money and non-money resource to do that job? Is it acceptable? Do our stakeholders care about risks and how much that they can get from it? Thinking about the risks and rewards before I make a final decision of whether or not to proceed with that strategy. Now, a very good exam question will be from September 23, task 2, co-gest companies, the airline business, and try this question to integrate that SFA test into that question. Why not? All right then, where are we? Well, we are now at the implementation stage. Congratulations. The first 40 minutes. We are now at the implementation stage. Now, everything that we are doing something new with a start date and ending date is called the project management. When I talk about the project management, I always focus on the life cycle of a project. Initiation stage, think of like you're sitting ACCA exams. Before you sit the ACCA exam, you need to persuade the parent to go for ACCA qualification, or at least you need to persuade yourself to go for the ACCA qualification with a business case about the reasons why you're choosing it, from a financial perspective, how much they need to input, how much they can get, are there any risks that you can't get this qualification? I guess one of the reasons could be not able to pass the exam, but I can help, of course. After you got your business case, you will need a PID, which means the project initiation document, which means to get the project going, you need to keep that formal. So that's why that needs to be signed off by the sponsor, who will be responsible for the overall success or failure of that project. You need to identify different stakeholders in turn within that project. So for example, sitting ACCA qualification, one of the stakeholders will be the ACCA offices, the ACCA Global, and also the student around you, the tutors that you're working with, and the employers, and even your parents or yourself. And how can you communicate with them, the emails, and how frequent that you need to communicate with them. And also that you need to assess the scope, which means what to do, for example, doing ACCA, timing, when would you qualify, budget, how much do you need to input as the overall budget, and quality standard. So for example, choosing Global APC to study ACCA online courses, and even passing the ACCA exams with more than 50 marks. These are the initial assessment during the initiation stage. We don't need to plan that into detail, because these four will be planned into detail when we come to the second stage, which means the plan. Alright, the risk plan, which means we should plan each of them in detail. Instead of doing ACCA, perhaps after we sat the first 3 papers, we'd like to do another qualification. That's called the project creep. That's the terminology. Creep, creeping the project, which means the scope is not the original one any longer. Timing of a project could go wrong, so for example, slippage. Budget would go wrong, which means overrun. Quality may be undermined. Alright. Now, you will need to differentiate. This is a very, very topical example area. The differences between project sponsor and manager on the left-hand side during the first stage. Sponsor will be responsible for the strategic issue. Alright, so think of it like, I would like to do the ACCA qualification. I would like to go for example, Global APC to choose the tuition phase of the study. Now, these are the initial stage. These are set by the sponsor, alright, or assessed by the sponsor initially. But that can be changed. So that's why the manager or the project manager will be dealing with the operational issues. For example, looking at the scope, timing, budget, and quality, whether or not, when we are dealing with it, whether or not that needs to be changed. Whether or not I would like to use other resources in combination with the existing tuition materials. Whether or not I will need to go to companies to have internship experience before we understand better about the knowledge into one particular paper. So this is what project manager would normally do. Now, these two roles should not be mixed together, because managers would be dealing with resource allocation across all departments. This is not an easy job. Sponsor would be coming in to solve any higher level conflicts among different departments. Now, the first stage will be the execution stage, which means we will need to have a milestone. So usually in practice, they will need to approve that. So for example, it's stage 1, okay, we are happy. Then we would like to move on to stage number 2, and we sign our name and happy that the project can go ahead. Now, finally, when the project finishes, which means the closure stage, we will need to have 2 reviews, post-implementation and project review. Now, this is different. Think of it like Global APC would like to develop the online marking platform to mark our students' mock exam. Post-implementation review simply means we'd like to see whether or not the online marking system meets with the objective. Our objective will be to reduce our manual work. For example, reducing the administrative burden. However, the post-project review objective will be absolutely different because the objective will be to see whether or not the business case objective here can be met. For example, can you get the desired outcome from it? Are there any challenges? In the post-implementation review, we can see that, for example, the server problems, software issues could be a challenge. However, the project review will be different. We are looking at the scope, timing, budget, and quality, whether or not they suffer. Are we happy? Which means satisfaction. Well, the post-implementation review that we are talking about, are the examiners or markers are happy with the online marking platform, which means the owners, which means the users of such system. However, in the post-project reviews that we are considering, are wider stakeholders' opinion are considered. So, for example, when we are dealing with the online marking system, are the IT staff opinions are considered? Is the course director's opinion considered? Okay, because if those opinions are not considered, we are not actually doing something that will satisfy the majority of stakeholders. This is not good. That will be a hinder to our project success. Now, these will be highly examinable. The examiner always think of to ask you about what business case project initiation document will contain, the differences between sponsor and manager, and the post reviews. Make sure that you also cover that question from June 24, task number 2, about the PBS company. It's a pet vet service company there. Now, after you look at the project, we are doing something new, and that's why we also need to think of the change management issue. Now, the change management, we're introducing a model here from Balogun-Hopeley to consider the contextual factors that we need to consider before the change can be successfully implemented. But I don't want to complicate this, because when this topic was tested in March 25, task number 1 in the HP charity, examiner's report specifically said that a lot of students did not know this framework, but it doesn't really matter. Some students even use the Porter's diamonds, Porter's value chain, Porter's 5 forces and Petzl model. It's absolutely fine. They can still get marks for their technical content if they're answering the requirements in the right way, if they relate their answer to the exhibit information. Now, before we get started, let me ask you a question. If you want to do ACCA qualification, why would you make that change? Alright, why would you make that change? Because I would like to earn a lot more salary. This is what I've just talked you through in the business case document, in the project management. But my next question for you is that if you want to do ACCA qualification, if you want to make that change, can you identify what sort of things they need to change? Well, I will need to say that firstly, am I ready for that change? If I'm not ready, there will be lots of resistance. How about the timing? Do we need to do ACCA qualification step by step? Or do we need to sit all the 12, 13 papers at the time? That's the timing that we need to consider. Things that you need to keep. So, for example, do you need to quit your job to do the ACCA qualification because a full-time student may perform better? Or do you work and sit the exam at the same time? Which means we are talking about the preservation. And also talking about the diversity. Think of in a real business that we are talking about the staff diversity. If lots of staff from different religions and cultural background you will need to collaborate with them more rather than just to give you the order and they execute, because you need to consider their diversity. How about the scope? For example, if we were to introduce face-to-face courses in South Africa, that's a big change because we need to change a lot of value chain activities. How about the authority? Who makes that change? If operational manager proposes that change, then he or she may face with lots of resistance from others in the whole business. Do you have the knowledge? Do you have the resource? So these would be the factors affecting whether or not that change can be successfully implemented. Now after we talk about the change management, it's also important that we also talk about the process management. Now, process management, I'm sure that all of you are happy. So, for example, in ACCA qualification, the step 1, they need to register as a student. Step 2, they need to choose your tuition provider, perhaps or self-study. And step 3, they need to study that. So, for example, print out your study tests and get access to your online study platform, and then tutor support, and so on and so forth. And then step 4, they need to choose the date and they sit the exam, pay the fees, and so on and so forth. So these are the steps, these are the processes. All right, steps are just to be the processes. Now, from the ACCA perspective, that we may be thinking of, firstly, from a strategic point of view, what sort of processes that we would like to manage from a strategic point of view or holistic perspective. Certain processes would like to outsource it, certain processes would like to automate it. It really depends on their complexity. If no human judgment is involved, all right, no human judgment is involved in planning, decision making and controlling the whole process, well, why not just to automate it? So that's why you can see that during the register phase, that you can submit all of your documents online directly. You don't need to physically mail them to the ACCA staff in most circumstances. But of course, judgment will be applied in applying the exemption to each candidate. So that's why they would do it in-house, all right, because I would say that it's high complexity because it involves human judgment in making that decision whether not to grant you exemption. At the same time, this is important because ACCA qualification has got the right to audit and is a very valuable qualification. At the same time, if that goes wrong, and ACCA will suffer, of course the reputation will suffer. It would be their competitive advantage if they do it right. So if that's the case, then granting exemption, do it in-house. But tuition phase, they chose to outsource it to different tuition providers and even their study materials, for example. Because, as we can see, low importance. Because they value diversity. It's not very important, so they need to do it on their own. All right? Because this can be done by others who would then also promote ACCA qualifications to others. So this is what I mean by the Harmon's process matrix. So always remember that. That's from a strategic perspective, how you manage the process by analysing different steps. There might be hundreds of thousands of steps in the business. So that's why we'll need to manage that well. But after you look at the Harmon's process matrix, it's also important to look at it from a details perspective about different redesign options. Now, if steps are duplicating, we simply simplify it. We don't ask you to provide us with your written materials or written signature at the same time, signing your signature online. We just simplify it. Are there any gaps in there? So we just combine all processes. So for example, after you enroll in our ACCA Global APC online courses, we grant you access. At the same time, we give you all the materials. Instead of sending one email to you about our materials and then other email or videos, no, we combine them into our study platform. But remember, if there are different departments with different KPIs, they're in conflict with each other, especially the sales department getting sales order from a customer, however, passing it to the management departments later on. The management department may be thinking of, well, low budget, we cannot execute it. So if that's the case, then there's no point in simply saying that we would like to redesign it because we like to simplify the process and combine all the processes. You can't redo it. So we will need to use business process re-engineering, which means the BPR approach, to manage the conflicts in different departments. Simply speaking, we like to create the IT platform that allowing everyone to see the progress and having somebody who would be managing the task from start to end. That's important. These two principles, please do memorize it. Now, of course, when we are looking at the processes, in the end, about different steps, we also need to consider the impacts onto the organization, other staff, and also, whether or not we will need to build the IT platform in there, which means the pulpit model here. But this is not something that's complicated. A very good question that you can look at is from the September-December 2017, question 3 about this. Now, next topic, very, very examinable, how to manage the marketing department. Firstly, you need to segment the market basing on their income, alternatively, basing on the customer group that you think that you can make the most profit from. And then you will need to design a lot of marketing campaigns using 7 Ps. You will need to define the brand and mix of your product, determining your price, whether not high or low, and how to promote your product, for example, using adverts, using public relations, for example, writing articles in a magazine to gain more traffic. Where to sell your product? Is it up to the retailer to sell the product to your customer? Or are you selling your products directly to your customer? Are you selling the products online or offline? If you're talking about the service companies, we also need to talk about the people, the dress code and their skills, especially for tuition providers and accountancy firms and law firms, whether or not they can get the service in a speedy way. How about the environments and facilities that they can use? Okay, if they are enjoying the dinner in your restaurant, it's all about the physical evidence that you provide. You need to give a good mix of each of these 7 Ps here, so you can attract more customers and to retain them in your business. If you're selling things online, then you can use the 6 Is to improve your online marketing, making it to be more of an interactive approach, having live chat function, and having the traffic analysis. That's important, which means being intelligent in gaining insights in what customer we want, providing them with customized email, integrating other functions onto your website, including payment function, setting your language to be English, for example, or you can directly sell them to a final customer. This is what I mean by independence of locations. They can get the products from you. Also, so that you can restructure the industry. Instead of simply using retailer, you can work with influencer over the internet and to gain more traffic. A final point in the marketing is all about the customer relationship management system, or the CRM system. Sometimes this topic could be tested with the traditional NPV analysis, or the net present value analysis, to see whether or not the project is worthwhile. Sometimes the examiner will simply ask you what would be the pros and cons of using CRM system, where the idea behind it was just to be doing more effective marketing campaign. Now you can capture customers' lifetime value if you are getting a very good relationship with your customer. However, you need to think of any upfront costs may be high, the data may be leaked to others. There might be a risk in that. Very good exam questions from March and June 2016, question 3, about holiday companies to cover this topic. So make sure to cover that. Now, another department is all about the procurement department, which means you're buying things from a supplier. Nowadays, we encourage e-procurement. So in other words, the e-procurement platform can have a function that they can find suppliers online, they can tell suppliers what you want, and they can invite suppliers to tender, to submit their prices. And even if you're working with 1 or 2 suppliers in the longer term, you can have the web-based entrepreneurial resource planning system that you can directly order from them. Now, using e-procurement, the biggest advantage is to improve transparency, because we all know that when we are buying something, the bribery may take place if controls are weak. So that's why improving transparency by allowing different suppliers to compete against with each other, that may work. But downsides of doing that is that what if your platform has some errors? If you're not selecting suppliers on time, you're actually delaying your production, and customer will be upset about that. From my perspective, that's all you need to know. Very good question from December 2016, question 4. Just practice that. Now, you also need to manage the technology department. You need to know the AI as the disruptive technology. There would be other disruptive technologies, so for example, the 3D printing and also the blockchain technology and so on. But all I really care would be the ethics side. Using AI, data, would that be leaked to others? Are you subject to fine? At the same time, would AI tell you the truth? Would that give you biased result? That may be the case in some cases. We also need to know the importance of big data. Now, the big data, I would like to memorize the pros and cons using the managerial function called planning, decision making, and controlling. Using a lot of data, we can analyze it, but data may be out of date. Using a lot of data, we can see the correlation among each data, positively correlated or negatively correlated. But the downside is that sometimes that we think it's a positive correlation. However, this is not the case because we only consider this particular set of data, especially that we are operating as a new business. Our business may be subject to seasonal change or more of a longer term seasonal change. So our decision may be wrong. Control, for example, we can use a lot of data to identify any variances, which means the difference among the budget and actual figures. However, it may not really reflect the true performance of our given business when we are controlling it. Alright, because not each and every time variances are correct. Data may be wrong sometimes. Now, the third part in your syllabus is all about the e-business infrastructure. It's more for common sense stuff really. This has been tested in the past. Now, think of it in front of you. You're having a computer, right? You're having a computer, this is what I mean by physical layer. At the same time, you've got a storage function in there. You connect it to network and you connect it to the internet. This is what I mean by network layer. You've got a system software, so for example, using Microsoft softwares. You've got the application layer, so for example, you've got your Photoshop, other applications in your computer. You also have got your data layer, which means you've stored your exam performance and so on. But why do we need these 5 layers? Well, in order for e-business infrastructure functions quite well, we will need to find out any weaknesses in each of the layer in turn and to suggest to the examining team that how we can improve on each layer. Finally, we also have got IT controls. We've got general controls that not having the same person as a programmer and granting access to all of our users, granting access to all of our users, allowing them to get access to a platform, not having the same person to monitor the access log, access information. These three functions should be done by three different guys. Training, backups, and passwords, these are the general controls to make sure the IT is safe. It's something that can be done by normal people in general, in other words. But in terms of application control, you need to ensure that each of the transactions will be in correct format, the date format and the numbers format. The input should be correct. You need to check the sequence, especially to see something is missing, whether or not that would be the case. Now, a very good exam question on this topic is from December 2018, task 3, about highlight. Make sure to cover that. Now, this is not enough, because how to manage the human resources will also be important. But don't call it as human resources nowadays, we call it as the talent management. We are looking for future leaders and even top functional roles, for example, the finance director in a finance department, marketing director in the marketing department. When we are setting up the talent management policies, we always use a combination with the exclusive and inclusive policy in most businesses. Inclusive policy, which means open to all staff. They can join, they can compete, but from all staff to a few selected employees, which means exclusive policy. Now, normally we've got 4 stages in managing our talent. Firstly, we encourage referrals from our good staff because they're quite good. Somebody they can refer to us will be quite good as well. Advantage, we may get good staff, but this may be quite limited. And we advance them to send them training. We give them right skills. But however, if no board of directors approval, this doesn't work at all. And we put them into the right place to maximize their potential. However, if we put them into the right place, taking that person from one department to another, the departmental heads may not be happy about that. How about who will be elected, which means who will be the next functional role leader. We are doing succession planning. It can help retain our staff because we are offering them very clear career path. However, if this is lacking transparency, they think that this may be exclusive to somebody. Resistance may occur. A very good exam question you can practice will be from December 23, ANC Tech Company, task 2-3, task 2B. Okay, so make sure, have a go at that question. Let's move on. Organization structure. Now, this topic has been tested a long time ago in the past, but not quite frequently, recently. Now, firstly, we need to know about the divisional structure on the left-hand side, which means if a staff has something to report to, that staff needs to report to the departmental head, and then departmental head reporting to division head. So if that's the case, then that takes time. But that staff is quite responsive in the local market, and that would be the advantage. We could change that staff position somewhere in the middle. So if that's the case, then that staff can directly report to the departmental heads and the division head, and this calls the matrix structure. But the downside, of course, the conflict may occur between departmental heads and the divisional head. So make sure that you practice the question, okay, from June 11, question 2B, all right, about the pros and cons, about the matrix structure. Now, Another stuff in the syllabus is all about the Mintzberg configuration theory, which means every business can be divided into these parts. You've got a boss sitting at top, which means the strategic apex. Middle line managers sitting in the middle. Operating core is the frontline staff, like tutors, doctors, and even workers in the business. Supporting staff, which means the finance department staff, the legal department staff, admin staff, and so on. Technical structure is just to be the quality standard. Now, different businesses will have a different focus. If you allowed small business to focus on the middle line managers, they may be doing a bad job. Because smaller businesses, it's up to the strategic apex or the boss to look for any opportunities. And for group companies, it's very likely that their focus will be on the middle line managers. So make sure that you can talk about something that's sensible, what area that we need to focus on. And that's it. When we are talking about leadership and culture, the next part here, we do not wish to complicate things here. Now, I always ask my students to think of, if you have a child, how would you lead your child? When we are talking about leadership here, we are talking about something or the traits or the characteristics. We need to remain integrity. We need to be transparent with our child or with our staff. We need to take responsibility. Yeah, so we can be trusted. We can adapt different ways that we can change stuff. We cooperate with our staff. Sometimes we dominate our staff because we want something to be done quite quickly. You can name whatever things that you want, for example, leadership traits, or how can you be a transformational leader or an authentic leader. You can use the same approach in the exam, but don't talk about leadership like I would like to plan things ahead, make decisions, and control things. This is what manager does. If you're mixing manager with leader, you can't get marks. Now, for leaders, if they identify new opportunities, well, they can use the entrepreneurship way or the entrepreneurship way. Entrepreneurship would just be to start something new, something zero. You input a lot of things in there, perhaps you can get high benefit, but high failure risks. Entrepreneurship, on the other hand, you allow staff spare time. You still pay your staff, but allowing them to innovate, to do something extra, to give you new ideas. You're using existing resources, but if the staff lack autonomy to change operations, even though their ideas are quite well, they can't still implement them. Just try this question. Why not? How about the culture part? Culture is just to be the mindset of your staff. The first thing is, for example, if you want to setting up a culture in your finance department and to focus on the paradigm, which means the objective or the core value is all about compliance. Everything compliance. How would you do it? Well, the structure of your power may be from finance director, even the audit committee, setting up the control system about different KPIs. Certain behaviors will to punish you. Rituals and routines, having meetings with the CFO monthly. Organizational structure, for example, we talk about how well can we delegate our tasks to our finance staff. So for example, we will not delegate the complicated stuff to our frontline finance staff, for example, and making sure that we always focus on the compliance stuff. The symbols, for example, headquarters make vital decisions. All right. So if you're dealing with headquarters, well, you're higher level staff. You're simple. Stories is just to be something told by the business. No more than that. So for example, you tell stories to our finance team members. that our team always solve complex issues and how can we succeed in the past. So having the mnemonic called PS Cross mnemonic, my own mnemonic, that you can really reinforce the mindset of your staff in your business. So try this question from the past exam. Why not? How about dealing with stakeholders? This topic commonly tested in this exam. Always use Mendelow's mapping matrix to think of whether or not that supplier, creditor, stakeholder, like shareholder, will have power affecting decision or resources. If the answer is yes, high power. Are they involving in that decision? Would their interest or stake be affected? If yes, high interest. Key player or minimum effort, or simply inform them or keep them satisfied. You will need to explain each of these stakeholders in two axes, the level of power, the level of interests, before you recommend something to be done. And also about the corporate social responsibility, or about the CSR stuff on the right hand side, which means you're doing something good to all stakeholders, the planet, which means the environment. But when we're talking about this responsibility, it can be subdivided into two. It could be a strategy or the strategic CSR, but what is the difference? Well, if a student complained to you and you respond to that student, you're responding to the claim. It's more of a passive way. Passive way is what I mean by strategy. Strategic, which means before that student complained against somebody or against the resource, you respond to that. That is done in a proactive way. That is showing your responsible leadership style, is what I mean by strategic CSR. That's it. And of course, you've got responsibility. You will have the right to sign contract, to earn profit, and to employ your staff, and so on. You're acting as a corporate citizen. It's just to be your right. Hopefully, you're happy. Try this question, why not? And for the ethics part, I don't want to complicate this, because you all know about the principles, you all know about the threats, you all know about to reject something that is not ethical. You know that there might be a conflict of interest. I would like to maximize our personal interests, and sacrificing the organizational one or professional body one is known as the conflict of interests. And if you identify there's a conflict of interests, it's also known as the ethical dilemma, where not I should do it. You would need certain steps. Very important steps would be to think of what are the standards, what are we required. You can also talk about the Tucker's 5 question before you determine whether or not a decision is profitable, legal, fair, right, sustainable. If all of them are yeses, the decision is ethical. No more than that. And of course, how you would deal with bribery or corruption. I will use my own mnemonic called CCRE. I apply that in our internal control system as well. So for example, zero tolerance policy is the control environment. Yeah, not tolerating, not accepting anything associated with bribery. We need to investigate into that action. Training internal audit, that's important, is what I mean by I and M. Having risk management in place. So keeping an eye on to sensitive areas, for example, it's the HR function of procurement, where bribery may happen a lot. Having segregation of duties, not having the single person to do all the jobs. So these are the ways to deal with fraud, bribery, corruption. Try a question from NFA in the SBL paper, September-December 2017, question 1D, why not? Now, finally, it's important to go through the corporate governance here. It's just to be the ways that we manage our board. The board structure can either be unitary or two-tier. For unitary, all the directors, including executive directors, will come to the business every day, and the non-executives will not come to the business every day. They will have the same status. But the downside would be they may exclude staff representatives, unlike in the two-tier board structure where they've got the supervisory board. Now, of course, when we talk about the unitary board, the chairman and CEO will be the head of the executive director, should be separated in the UK. Because the chairman will be responsible for the board performance to see who will be coming into the board and whether or not the board needs to be restructured, whether or not the non-executive directors are independent. But it's very hard to find these two directors with very good expertise. All right, so that would be a downside. That's what I mean by but, with good expertise. You also need to know about the roles of the non-executive directors in this exam. Okay, so that's important. Now, the non-executive directors will sit in different committees. You need to learn about the principles of each committee in turn, but more importantly, you will need to also know about the diversity in the board. Now, the good side about diversity, having different people from different backgrounds, reduce groupthink, will help business to build a learning organisation, improving risk management, understanding a bit more about the business, and to innovate the business. However, there might be extra complexity. We need to consider each of the stakeholder background before we make a final decision. That's important. And for remuneration issue, always consider when we are setting up how much to pay, the target should be challenging and set by the remuneration committee to determine pay to the directors. Try this question, why not? Yes, Marine, from SBL exam. Now, in the SBL syllabus, the corporate reporting issue could be tested. I summarise this into three. Although in my course, I will go through them in much more detail. Firstly, it's all about the audit scheme to see whether or not you are meeting with the environmental target. But if you're following the EMOS, which means the Eco Management Audit Scheme, everything needs to be subject to audit. And it's an obligation for managers to follow. That's why for some businesses, they simply follow the ISO 14001 for the environmental management system rather than the EMOS scheme. You also need to know about the integrated report to show how capitals can be turned into more capitals. For example, to input $10, how it can grow into 100. For example, it's the finance capital here. You also need to know the internal control report, using my own mnemonic before CC RIM. But it's important that in the past that such internal control report was tested, asking you to comment on the format of such report. So for example, whether or not management responsibility has been outlined. But it's important that comment on the weakness of the internal control report, especially that you are given the internal control system within the business and you need to comment on whether or not they've done a good job, and that's important. So try this question called PSS in the specimen paper, task 1B, that's important. The public sector governance is another topic. We are talking about the organisation funds coming from a government that will need to meet with a government target. And that's why for many of these businesses, they are not aiming to make profit, and we use 3 E's to manage their performance. However, there might be agency issues because most of these public sector organizations, they operate using the 2-tier structure. The higher level of government, they may focus on something that is more of a long-term nature, but the boards, they may have a personal interest. So that's why certain plans are not implemented fully, which may hurt the taxpayers' interests who would demand affordable services, but they cannot. Try this question from September-December 17, question 4, liver mouth, that helps. Now, finally, let's talk about the risk management in this exam. We all know that something may go wrong and we document them into the risk register. So usually this will be given in your pre-seen information 2 weeks ahead of the exam. Now, risks can be affecting a business in the longer term, especially affecting all the activities in the value chain in the longer term. That's called strategic risk. Risk can be happening daily, which means the operational risk in each of the departments in turn. So for example, for inventory departments, they may run out of stock. For the strategic risk, so for example, the supplier decides not to work with us. There might be climate risk that we need to input a lot of money resource in doing the research and development phase. And if failure to comply with the climate-related laws and regulations, that we may be subject to fine affecting our profit. So that's why the risks will need to be reviewed quite frequently, which means we are talking about the dynamics of risks. When this topic was tested in the past, a lot of students did not know what is that, but the idea will be quite straightforward. So simply speaking, we'll need to review the frequency of that risk happening, what may go wrong and how it may go wrong, and whether or not it will go wrong, and if that goes wrong, what will be the impact to our business. We need to dynamically, which means do it in a dynamic way, which means do it continuously, all right? Identifying and assessing these risks. We then need to understand the correlation between these risks. Let's talk about the product risk, for example. Now, if the product risk is quite high, which means the risk that the product will not meet with a customer's demand, our reputation will suffer. This increases reputation risks. So this is a positive correlation. Now, if we were to bring down the product risk, which means we will need to improve on that product, this means we need to spend money out, and this increases financial risk. Okay, that's the risk number 2 here. It means it has a negative correlation here. Now, as I said, why this is a risk? This is commonly tested in the exam. It's a common sense question, because you will say that if we go something wrong, if we do something wrong, our stakeholder will not support us. For example, customer will leave. The financial part will be subject to fine. Operational part, departments will be in a chaos. Reputation will suffer. Picking one of them would be fine. Now, risk is so important. That's why we'll need to embed the thought, thinking of risks, okay, at all times to all of our staff, with clear policies, what can be done, what can't be done, with KPIs, with punishment and training. Sometimes our risk manager can help to identify, assess risks and making certain disclosures about how we manage those risks to the audit committee or the risk committee, for example. Now, the final part there. To manage these risks, we'll need to assess different risks using heat maps. Now, the heat map would be done using 2 axes. The probability of that risk happening, it could be high or low. Impact of that risk happening, if it happens, the business will suffer in terms of reputation and profit in the longer term. That will be high impact, for example. And then from that, we can formulate risk strategy using the TARA framework. So for example, transferring risk if having low probability of happening, by insurance, outsourcing it, or forming strategic alliance with others, by minimizing our input to the business, or to avoiding it. So for example, not doing that project, or to reducing it through our internal control systems, and to accepting it if we simply do it, because we know that we like risk, because without risk we have no returns. But when we are managing risks, always be a principle called as low as reasonably practicable principle, or the allowed principle here. Examiner may say in the question that somebody don't like to manage risks, or somebody would like to manage risks in an excessive way. But we'll say that either way will be wrong, because we need to follow the allowed principle. This means to a reasonable level, that will be fine, because if we were to minimize or to avoid product risk, we need to spend a huge amount of money that will give rise to financial risks, because it will always give rise to other risks. At the same time, stay dynamic. We keep assessing those risks on a continuous basis. Of course, try these two questions, and I'm sure that they help. Now, congratulations. If you watch this video till the end, we have finished off the whole SBL syllabus. Congratulations. That's the important step, that you quickly go through the whole syllabus with my help. But this is not enough. You need to practice questions, but more importantly, not to memorize the examiner's answer, not to tip what may come up based on the pre-scene, but it's all about the writing approach. Now, the next phase I would like to help you will be our writing approach training. I would like to use my own XYZ approach to help you gain maximum marks in limited time. And I look forward to seeing you in my course, and I hope this helps. Best of luck.
APC, accounting for your future.
Hello, welcome back to the Historic Places or HP charity for March 25 SBL mock exam debrief. So let's continue our story. Now it's time to look at our task number 3 that I set the mock exam. Now previously, that in our exhibit, I've told you that our charity signed a contract with the hotel. The hotel name is called Goldmere Hotel. It was a hotel like the 5-star hotel, but with the past practice that not conserving the historical site. So it has been heavily criticized by others. So this is why working with that hotel was certainly damaging our reputation, that we've gone through that in the question 1 or the task number 1 there. So now let's look at the task number 3 from our platform and download the exhibit that I've opened it on the left hand side already. Referring to the exhibit form, okay, so I'm going to be going through the exhibit 4 there on the left hand side. Evaluate where the charity should merge with LTP. What's LTP? Now, if you go back to the pre-scene material, Living the Past is called LTP. Okay, so which means that it is our competitor. So I'm writing the mock, guessing that perhaps it's time that we merge all together. Right. The reason is we would like to secure financial stability. Okay, given that the economic recession taking place in our country. Now here, I want you to evaluate it, which means either buying the LTP, alternatively, you simply, yes, fund your business on your own and remaining independent. Now, we are given 10 marks here, just ignore the professional marks. As I always told my students, it's just to be, although that we've got lots of requirements in the professional marks, but according to my experience, that you simply focus on the technical and the professional marks will be avoided automatically based on how many technical marks that you can get. So according to the marking rule is that 2 marks per point. So therefore 10 divided into 2, and that would be 5 paragraphs I would like to write. So what I would do is in the report, in the answer box that related to this task 3. So changing the font size, you can see that clearly. It's the report. And then it's to the board from consultant, and the subject is merger. Okay, just close the keywords because no markers will be bothering, reading the intro, okay, of this report. Now the introduction, I will say that this report, blah, 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 just copy that, okay. Evaluate, blah, 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 okay, evaluate whether, blah, 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 right, okay. Now don't forget, in the ACCA exam, we never punish students for their grammar errors, spelling errors. In other words, just move on. Now with regards to the content, I would say that evaluate, which means the pros and cons. Now, I would say that if I were to say that for merger, underline this, and against merger, which means stay independent. How many paragraphs? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, right, okay. So we've got the conclusion in the end. And it really depends on how you justify your answer. It doesn't really matter. As I always told my students that the answer will be within the exhibit. So let's read through the exhibit very carefully. Now, this is the strategic review. It's all about the potential merger with the Live in the Past. Now, the background here is that our charity and LTP have been the 2 leading heritage organisations in the country. We focus on sites over 300 years, but LTP focusing on, sites less than 300 years. Historically, the distinct areas meant limited competition, but with funding pressures increasing, the operations starting to overlap. With the recession reducing donor contributions, both charities face financial strain. Okay, that's the first part. Our charity has seen membership stagnation and reputational damage following the hotel controversy. From the previous requirements. While the LTP has used the tech partnerships to attract new investors and increasing revenues. All right, just stop there. The first thing is, as I always told you, is that just copying something that you found that is useful and to twist the answer and comment on those. Just copy them and paste them in there as a starting point. Change the font size so you can see things more clearly. Now, if we were to merge together I would say that what would be the benefit? So merging all together, we become a larger entity. So therefore, possibly that we can get more support from the government, especially for a government grant. So I would say that just copy this into my answer, number 1 there, which means that for the merger, so HP, charity and LTP can become a larger charity. This means that it may claim grants from government in an easier way. Now, I'm saying according to exhibit information because currently both charities face financial strain, just change the word, financial problems. This can help with increased funding, as a result. Because we can claim grants from the government in an easier way because we are a larger entity, which means I would say that in an easier way, so you can also change that because that we've got more bargaining power. So I would say that in an easier way, I can say in another way, because of the increase in bargaining power. Okay, now what comes next? Because LTP used tech partnerships to attract new visitors and increase revenues, so I would expect that I can share the technology that LTP currently has. So into my next point, make sure that you leave a line for each point that you make. Now, after the merger, HP Charity may be able to share the technology that LTP has been using to attract customers to further increase revenue. Now, it seems that I just copy the exhibit information without adding something extra to it. So, what do you think? Who likes the new technology? So, I would say that younger customers. This means that HP Charity may be able to attract younger customer market more easily. Okay, so that's the benefit. That's for the merger, and that's it. However, if you decide to merge with LTP, there certainly be disadvantages. Okay, so we need to see against merger. Now, moving on, we are told that HP follows a two-tier governance model and trustees overseeing key decisions while LTP's board operates with more of a commercial flexibility with fewer trustee interventions. So that implies to me that we've got lots of implications on that. If we merge all together, do we keep our existing two-tier structure for the new entity, or do we simply introduce the unitary board structure? That needs to be questioned. So at the same time, I would say that the existing trustees, if they are still in office, they may have conflict in terms of culture, in terms of how to prioritize things with the new management team coming from the LTP. So this is some things that I want to talk about there because, okay, just checking things in order. But don't forget that once you've copied the exhibit information into your answer, just to delete that, okay? Make sure that you're ready. Now, against it, just copy this and to adjust the exhibit information there. Now, I would say that after the merger, since HP Charity is using two-tier structure, i.e., which means, for example, the trustee will be overseeing the strategy. So what strategy? You will need to explain that, okay, more detail, i.e., what should be prioritized. Prioritize. Okay, what should be prioritized first? There might be conflicts among management with the LTP. This LTP, as you can see, has been using tech partnerships and fewer interventions. At the same time, it actively engages in business partnerships, allowing branded experiences and commercial events aside. So this means that there might be conflict with management. I mean, what conflict? Because you're saying conflict, you will need to explain that in order to get the full marks, which means that LTP, in the case, the LTP may be more focusing on commercial activities rather than preservation of site. Now, remember, if you can't remember this, just go back to the pre-sim material. I think the section will be quite useful if you look at the website extract in the section 4 there. In the section 4 that we talk about conserve, so I would say that rather than conserving the site, you can say that, i.e., against HP Charity's value. So you can say this and get the full marks for this point. I mean, according to the marking scheme, usually 2 marks per point. And this is the depth I would expect. Okay. So moving on. Lastly, we're told that our charity emphasizes historical accuracy and guided tours, while LTP integrates AR, VR, and interactive storytelling. So it seems to me that if we were to merge with LTP and changing our model to the LTP's one, so we may be upsetting our customers. Okay, and possibly that we may not be able to get the corporate sponsorship, okay, from some of our large donors. So what I want to do, firstly, I'd like to copy this and to say that after the merger, if HP Charity decides to adopt AR, VR, interactive storytelling from LTP's model, it may upset the existing donors, given there's a change in such a business model. Okay, therefore, the expected income may reduce. Okay, just to delete anything that I copy from the exhibit. Okay, and that's very, very important. Looks cool now, and what I would do is to make a conclusion in the end. What do you think? I would say that that doesn't really matter at all. So if you're making that conclusion, not only you can get the evaluation mark, okay, from a professional, because hidden in this question, and also a technical mark there. So I would say is that given that I don't like cultural conflict, and therefore I will simply reject the offer. Okay, so given that there might be additional costs and time that HP charity need to input if the merger is going to take place, this would also mean there might be potential complex cultural differences. I mean cultural and governance differences. Therefore, HP charity could instead look for alternative funding strategy and remain independent. That's it. That's how we answer this question. I hope you're happy. We don't really need to be going back to what the previous past exam about charity has examined and so on, but just to make sure that you use the right technique that I told you, and you will score very high marks in this paper. I would say that the marking scheme and the marking process will be super generous for the SBL only. So this is why you will need to use the right exam technique. Now, the next requirement. We'll need to present the answer in a memo discussing how government control of historic places will impact economy, efficiency, and effectiveness while ensuring public value. Yes, this one I tipped up in my mock because this hasn't been tested but is within your syllabus. I created another exhibit on the left-hand side. The government decides to take over our HP charity. I've given you the hints where I would expect you to expand your answer based on the exhibit. Just stop the tape now and do this question on your own and submit for marking to see how you get on. And I wish you the very best of luck. And here for Global APC, we provided the mock exam for March 25. We provide the marking service, and also we go through our mock exam such as this, step by step, telling you what you need to pass this paper more easily. I look forward to your exam success very soon.
APC, accounting for your future.
Welcome again to the pre-SIN application. Now let's continue our story. With regards to part 2 here, that we can see the historic places charity. So firstly, how to make sure its operation is successful. I mean, yes, you can look at its surpluses, but this is not enough, because the idea of running a successful charity from the donor's point of view, for example, we need to make sure funds would go into the project rather than going into the administration, i.e. not to waste fund. Now, in my pre-SIN application note, I've given you a particular case called charity water. Now, charity water, I would say that it's quite a small charity compared to the larger ones. Now, why it was so successful? Because it ensures 100% of the fund of the donations would go directly to the project and making things more transparent, okay, to the donors. Now, at the same time, it heavily uses very creative marketing ideas, including, for example, setting up the birthday campaigns, allowing others to donate more, at the same time heavily using social media and digital marketing. Now, I would say that with regards to the HP charity, in the upcoming sitting that it's time that e-marketing, let's say the 6 I's, may be ready. So make sure that you revise this area. And of course, we'll be going through them later on in our course. Now, not only for that, as you can see, the surplus, we use income minus expenditure. Now, how to expand our income stream? Now, previously in the SBL exam, the partnership idea, so for example, the strategic alliance ways, one of them may be tested, in the previous SBL exams. Heavily focusing on, for example, the joint venture way. But as far as I'm concerned from the SBL syllabus, that's something that the exam question has not touched would be the motive of partnership. Now, there might be clues on the exam day's exhibit telling you that, okay, in order that to make sure our financial looks healthy, and this is why HP Charity decides to enter into partnership agreements, for example, strategic alliance agreements with others. So, explain to me what would be the motive of that. Of course, if you're not referring to any sort of textbook knowledge, yes, increasing sales and something like that, but how about referring back to this charity called Charity Water? It really enters into partnership agreement with companies like Uber. Now, and Google and Apple. Now, I would like to take a look at an example of the partnership agreement with the Uber company. That why do we do this? If you're working with Uber, we are allowing not just the Uber driver to donate. I can reach his customer. So this is what I mean by scale alliance. That will be my first motive. The second motive is that we allow Uber user, which means the customers, easily donate to the charity through the app. It's like the complementary alliance. We are combining strength. You've got lots of customers, and I allow you to donate fairly easily. But please bear in mind that if HP Charity decides to do this, so possibly in the exam requirements, part A, we may need to invest in such platform. So please use SFA tests, which means the suitability, feasibility and acceptability, to tell me that whether or not the investment is worthwhile. Please assess that. Of course, the second requirement, explain to me is the motive. Alternatively, that you can explain these motives combining with your part A answer when you discuss about the suitability of the investment. Of course, it will improve access alliance. So in other words, you can get access to new group of customers. So for example, younger customers, using Uber services and so on. Now, this is the way that you can work with other businesses. So instead of telling you in the exam question, explain to me franchise, joint venture, this kind of stuff. Possibly this time, examining team simply asks you what would be the benefit of partnerships? What would be the motive? Yes, you can use these three stuff, okay, in your answer. So, moving on. As you can see, that we know that HP Charity was set up using companies limited by guarantee. And of course, we've got somebody called guarantor, okay? So in case the charity goes bankrupt, the guarantor will step in. We don't want to see that the charity would go bankrupt, and I don't believe that on the exam day there's a scenario talking about, okay, here's the guarantor, here's the charity going into bankruptcy. I don't believe such question may come in. But what I believe is this. There might be clues on the exam day asking you that how do we improve the performance of HP charity? Not just we talk about the partnership idea before, but there might be a funny story that asking students to think about, yeah, there might be potential privatization issues. I mean, don't get me wrong, HP charity currently in the prison is not owned by the government. Although, yes, it works with government and something like that. I mean, the relationship seems to me quite weird, okay, not very clear. But there might be argument among charity, government, and even the investors. Because don't forget that the HP charity acquired site from the previous owners, and there should be conflict, okay, in terms of the negotiation process. There might be issues related to the due diligence phase. Now, a famous example happened in Italy about the potential privatization by its government is the charity called Cassa Depositi Prestiti, or we can call it as the CDP. Now, in Italy, at that particular moment in time, what happened is that CDP's efficiency was quite poor and utilizing lots of government's funds. So therefore, the Italian bank and even the private equity firms step in to save that charity. So, if this is the case then, the governance structure of the CDP will change. Now, here the HP charity, that the governance structure will be operated using a two-tier structure. However, for the CDP, it uses multi-tier. So for example, government still retains 50% more shares and to carry out the oversight role by setting up the future strategy of this charity. Now, not only for that, government will have the golden share. And, I mean, to veto, which means that we can ban key decisions simply using the golden share from a government's point of view for a high-risk investment. And that will be the tier number 1 there. Now, the tier number 2 is to make decisions, and tier number 3 will be to execute it, okay? Is the operational management. So, we've got government here, we've got the decision-making board, and the operational layer who implement this. Now, I would say that is fine. Now, in the decision-making tier here, or the layer here, it also includes the private sector representatives, which means the, for example, the private equity firms, investors, okay, in here. So you can see that by changing a structure such as this, there might be a potential exam question asking you to comment on the complicated relationship, the principal and agent relationship. Right, so if this is the case then, what we need to think about is the public there. So firstly, we'll always say that the public is our principal because it will tell us what to do. Now, for example, the public will tell the decision-making board what to do, and the principal will certainly check and to inspect, scrutinize the operational tier of how they've been doing things well or not. So this means that in terms of a complicated principal and agent relationship, the decision-making board will certainly be the agent, and the operational board will be the agent again. So we can talk about first and second relationship there, such as this. Now, not only for that, we also have got the government and decision-making board, so which means that government in this case will certainly be the principal, because I'm the boss and I determine what will be the future strategy and so on, and to decide how to do it. It's like, when we talk about strategies, there will be a pyramid there, okay? Corporate strategy, business strategy, operational strategies. Yes, this structure operates the same thing. And of course, the decision-making board will certainly be the agent, okay? Listen to the government of what to do, for example. Now, not only for that, please do remember, if on the exam day, if we decide to save HP charity, we decided to change its, for example, companies limited by guarantee to something else. We introduce, for example, the private equity firms in and to further commercialize it, okay, commercialize the activities, bringing more surplus and so on. So if this is the case, then we'll need to look at the representatives from the decision board. So in other words, we are talking about the shareholders, which means that the PE firms operating this entity would guarantee or to distribute return back to shareholders. So if this is the case, then these private equity or the PE investors, they are the agent and working for the principal, the boss of shareholders, for example. I will talk about the individual shareholders rather than the large shareholder in most circumstances there, because individual shareholders will buy the securities, okay, issued by the companies such as this. Now, 4-tier principal agent problem, so please read them very carefully in terms of transparency, in terms of how we make sure that your action will be in line with my interests, and that's very, very important. Right, now, moving on, that's enough. Another point from the pre-scene, that charities' activities are determined by their governing document called Constitution. And of course, if you're the company, limited by shares, you also have got your Constitution. Can you change that? Well, the answer is yes, you can change it. There's no point simply saying that here's the Constitution unchanged. No. Let me show you a real-life example here, and this example talks about historic England, okay? By acquiring the Bloomsbury house, okay, in many years ago. At that particular time, the shareholders of the Bloomsbury house decided to redevelop the building into a high-end hotel and office space. The reason is, by doing this, we can rent this property out and to get income, having quick returns. However, at that time, the government representatives of historic England said that this is not possible, and they opposed to the idea. Now, who actually wins eventually? I would say that the key private shareholders, such as the Barclays Bank and representatives from major investment groups, they won the battle. They eventually redeveloped the building into, yes, the office space, for example, in the end. So in this particular case, why did historic England fail? Well, I would say that historic England here, in this case, did not have a final say. So this is why, after this event happening, historic England's constitution was changed. So for example, government has a leading role in ensuring that what can be done, what can't be done. Now, not only for that, it introduced standards for evaluating returns by balancing, very importantly, by balancing the culture and the return, okay, before things would go ahead. At the same time, government representatives are granted with veto right, okay, ensuring that the heritage will not be compromised under market pressure. So what I want to tell you is that the constitution can change. So because of the things happening there. So you would expect lots of conflict when we acquire site from the previous owner on the exam day. Right, moving on. Many charities raise funds by means of surpluses from commercial activities. Well, I would say that the subsidiary within our group will be undertaking all these functions. Now, if this is the case, then an exam question may be for the subsidiary talking about the strategy. So what do you think? Well, there will be lots of ways that we can grow the business. Using organic growth by ourselves, using mergers and acquisitions to buy others, and to grow the business using strategic alliances. So possibly for the subsidiary, for example, because it also sells other products. So looking at this particular business is called SBL, using joint ventures, for example, with the external retail partners, sharing profits and selling things, running charity stores or charity shops. I mean, the advantage for that will certainly be to reduce the investments that you need to put in place initially. And this will save you a lot of cash and help with your liquidity. And that's good for the HP charity there. So there might be a possibility there, so make sure that you're ready. But what's more important is this. We are a company limited by guarantee. And decision makers usually that if you are making mistakes, not fraud, making mistakes, absolutely fine. Okay, I will leave you to go. For example, you can leave the business, okay, without being punished in most circumstances. However, if the internal control system is poor, of course, public's money or the public interest will not be protected. So a very good example for this is the Ponzi fraud done by the person called Bernie Madoff. It's the charity scandal happening in the USA. Now, of course, the Ponzi scheme works like this. At that time, it seems to be quite a successful investment company, claiming that we can diversify the portfolio, we use very good technique to reduce risk and to maximize return. So please give me your money, I can guarantee your return. However, after I receive your money, I mean, I'm not Bernie Madoff, I mean, after Bernie Madoff, receive money from different investors, including charities, including a lot of charities that they invested monies in the scheme. I mean, after he received the money, he used the monies to pay off the previous investor. We take money from a new investor to pay the old investor. Works like this. Eventually, in 2008, the Ponzi scheme collapsed, and estimating $65 billion. Wow, not $65, $65 billion were lost. Of course, a lot of charities were involved. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, these charities invested money in the Ponzi scheme. did you perform due diligence in terms of the investment? Okay, hold on a second. In terms of running a charity, we get income from donors and we run the shops and sell things and to get income, we pay off the expenditure. Well, do you have money left? Well, the answer is yes. We've got money left, we can invest in somewhere else to generate higher return. But we will need to spend these monies subsequently in later periods rather than redistribute it to shareholders because we don't have shareholders in this sort of charity form. So if this is the case then, an exam question for this, maybe it's time for the internal control. How you would improve your internal control. Now, I talked to one of my students a few days ago that he worked in the charity before. Now, he admitted that internal control will be very, very key in charity. When he was handling the audit stuff, he always need to revise the internal control before the external auditor came in. So this is why I would like to use my own mnemonic again called CCRIM. For example, we'll need to make sure zero tolerance for the financial mismanagement, okay, in our control environment. We need to ensure that our control procedures, for example, if you want to spend money out, you need to have the pre-approved budget, okay, and exceeding 10%, needing board level approval, for example. Risk management, you will need to document all the fraud risk, which means the fraud risk register. You will need to ensure that the information will be transparent to the donor and to the affected parties. You will need to monitor that. For example, establishing the internal audit team, but I can't see any clues currently at HP Charity. So make sure that you're ready. Now, my view is this. Usually, audits in this sector would just to be to audit the account rather than to check whether or not your internal control will be effective. Although in the pre-scene that we are told in terms of the charity regulation that we are regulated by the CSB established by central government and making sure that your donation will be for proper purposes and it will investigate whether or not the action will be against the objective, behaving unethically. At the same time, you will need to publish the financial statement per the accounting standard, and larger charities such as the HP charity here will need to report on internal control. So, in real life, of course, audit seems to be serve as the formality. I mean, it's quite different from the audit in public listed companies. So, this means that although the CSB is our regulatory body, now what we need to do from a stakeholders management's point of view is to keep it satisfied because yes, it did have high power. However, in charity, in terms of the account, I mean, information was not so transparent, okay? And that's the first thing. In terms of the money spent. At the same time, it has low interest, okay, in HP charity because it's not involved in a daily operation in our HP charity, just check the result. So, keeping it satisfied, making sure that we will need to continuously improve our internal control, and that will be the very key there. So therefore, I would expect an exam question related to internal control, particularly for the internal control report content. And of course, I will show you later on in my course. Now, moving on. Let's see the heritage subsector here. Right. Now, many charities preserve the heritage at urban and rural sites. especially that we are talking something about the cultural value, will be high in the city or in the country. We also maintain historical sites and the object. Now, I would like to tell you more about this in a second. But what I want to say is to refer it back to the real life example here, is how we think about the CSR, or the corporate social responsibility there. It's all about the stakeholders management, although it also involves, for example, that we need to look after the environment, society, profit, and so on. But let's look at the example, the real life case from London Dockland back in 1980s. Now, at that time, the UK government worked with London Docklands Development Corporation for the redevelopment project for the Docklands area of London. Now, this was the old phase, this is the new phase. Now, at that time, we would like to redevelop the area so we can turn that to be more of a modern area to boost the economy. But at the same time, we'll need to relocate some of the long-term residents. So this is what at that time, many long-term residents and even some of the preservation organizations and other parties were opposed to the proposal. However, finally, the government won. However, it adopted the stakeholder management approach, or the authentic leadership approach, to manage all the stakeholders quite well. I would say that on the exam day, you may be given these sort of hints in the exhibit. Just comment on those, okay? Just answer the question in the right way. So for example, at that time, government decided to preserve historic buildings, providing compensations for the displaced residents, and increase investment in the local cultural and educational activities and initiatives. So, by adopting such stakeholders management approaches, it would be seen that we are ethical. Okay, so when you talk about ethics in the exam, always to look out for any hints in the exhibit before you comment about those. Right, okay, so I think that's enough. But in the next of our section onwards, I will also touch on, not only for the site, don't forget about the object. That's also important. This will also lead to many conflicts that may be coming up as additional background information on the exam day. So make sure that you watch out. I look forward to your exam success very soon. Best of luck.
APC, accounting for your future.
Welcome to the ACCA Strategic Business Leader June 2025 Pre-Scene Material Case Analysis Part 1. Now, in this video, I'm going to be showing you the latest pre-scene, and the company name this time is called Dian Shoes Limited. It's an unlisted company having nearly 100 years of history, okay, making shoes. Now, firstly, in the pre-scene, that we are given the introduction before we dip into the industry itself, and the company itself is called Dian Shoes Limited. And finally, a very straightforward financial and non-financial information selected summary. Now, as always, I prepared you a detailed and comprehensive pre-scene application note, so showing you the hot topics from my perspective that may be popping up in the actual exam. But before we dip into these 12 chapters, firstly, let's go through the introduction of the pre-scene. Now, we're told that it manufactures and sells shoes. Now what that means is the company itself is using the diversification strategy, which means it's the vertical integration here this time. So this means that not only it manufactures shoes, so in our country it's called Luckland. Now in our country we've got a small factory making formal shoes using the skilled labour. But at the same time, the majority of our shoes will be made by the external third party in another country called Scotland. And that company name is called X Company. So which means that Dian Shoes Limited outsources the semi-formal, casual and children's shoes to them. I would say that using the diversification strategy in this case would certainly expose our company to many risks. So especially that whether or not we can control the outsourcing firm, so that would be an issue. And of course, in terms of sales, in our country, I mean, all of our sales will be conducted in our country only, which means in Luckland. We've got our own 75 branded outlets to sell the shoes, and we also have got the online store. However, there will be no delivery of shoes if customer places the order through our online sales platform. Of course, there will be plenty of clues given by the examining team this time in the case. I would expect simple and straightforward questions may come up this time. To me, in analysing this particular company in this industry, it's very important that we understand that the supply chain risk would be very, very key that may easily turn the business from a successful one to a failed business. Now, although we're told nearly 100 years ago, a fourth largest shoe manufacturer and retailer in our country called Luckland. And the country itself is very good. However, I would like to show you a real case apart from my summary, is that we may be considering to use the dual supply system in order that we can further succeed in this market. Now, as I showed you before, currently that we are actually using the dual system. Let me show you here. Firstly, that we make our products in our country using our own factory. At the same time, we outsource the majority of them to the X company, which is based in another country. Now, it seems to be that's fine. That's what I mean by dual, which means double track. But the biggest problem is that I will tell you in a second that within the pre-scene that we've got plenty of problems that using that system may not be in the right way. So therefore there will be lots of clues I will show you later on. That's why I will guess these may be coming up in the actual exam. But before we dip into any further, let me give you a real life company. And this company is called 9 West. Now, this company is quite similar to our business, which means the Dian Shoes Limited. However, this company actually failed and filed for bankruptcy already. Now, the problem of this company will certainly be, firstly, that it really relied on huge factory orders, like what we did. Because for the 9 West company, when they were to get a particular type of shoe, they will need to be manufactured by the external outsourcing firm, which means the external manufacturer. But it is not, I mean, in this particular industry, so you can't say to that particular outsourcing firm that please make one shoe for me. No, at least 20,000 pairs at a time. And this will cost lots of money and incurring lots of interests. And of course, the background of the 9 West company is that the company was taken over by the private equity firm using debt. And that's why they're using lots of money each and every time, tying up their money in the inventory, will certainly incur lots of interest costs. Now, it seems that it's absolutely fine that we place the order, we get the shoes. However, don't forget that this is something that is associated with the fashion industry. Now, usually in real life, for the fashion industry, it's like 8 to 10 week window that the fashion line stays hot. So that means that if there are any delays, that if we were to get the product from the outsourcing company, or even the faulty product from the outsourcing company, causing delays will miss a lot of sales revenue in this particular industry. So this is why the supply chain management will certainly be the key in this industry. Now, the NIWest company actually uses the dual system, which means, as the headline shows, dual supply system. Now, what it did is that the large order, okay, the placing from companies or factories, for example, in China and the Southeast Asia areas, to bring the cost down, let's say $15 per pair. But at the same time, that it didn't plan ahead, which means that if there might be other type of shoes that may be quite popular, especially the smaller volume or more of a premium ones. Now, what NIWest company actually did is to place very quick or urgent orders, okay, from the smaller domestic companies. However, the downside of that would be the shipping costs and prices that, because of the emergent order, may increase, and as a result of it, this will erode the margin. This will reduce the margin. Now, it's important that we keep an eye on to the margin in this industry, and in the last page, as we can see, that our gross profit margin actually improved from 24.2 to 26.2. But I do believe that this is not enough. So therefore, we will need to think about ways to further improve our margin on the exam day. Now, everything seems to be quite fine. However, don't forget that the NIWest company will need to pay very high interest costs at the same time, besides the delay in shipment that is beyond 8 to 10 weeks of a fashion window. This will cause the company a lot of other losses, reducing its margin. And in particular, in that company, they've got no true end-to-end inventory system at all, which means that when we are coordinating among different departments, that seems to be quite weird and it's hard for us to do that. So usually how it works would be like this. First is the store manager will see a particular type of shoe that whether or not is quite popular, and if it is run out of stock, of course the store manager will contact firstly the purchasing. Now the purchasing manager may be checking, okay, how many shoes that we've got in the logistics or the warehouse firstly before it decides to place the order from the external supplier. And of course, the logistics may be to check with the IT department and to see how many inventories are in stock. So the communication, for example, through emails, for example, or using the internet, may be causing a lot of delays. In other words, a lot of emails, back and forth emails that need to be done. And this would delay the overall process. And besides, if finally the purchasing manager decides to purchase that particular type of shoe from the outsourcing firm, you will need to place very large order rather than the smaller one. Otherwise, the costs will not be an advantage to our business. So therefore, that brings us the problem in our company, okay, the insurance company. Because as we can see that currently that we've got the due system. However, it's just to be on the surface. It's not something that we are very good at because we can identify certain risks from there. So firstly, we will need to place large order for this, such as what the NIWEST company has been doing. The NIWEST company, because it didn't manage the supply chain quite well, as we can see there, that placing large order, incurring lots of costs and delays and missing the fashion window. At the same time, that it has got many retail stores, including the franchise ones, they will all be demanding different types of shoes to be placed on shelf. But the company can't do it. At the same time, incurring lots of interests and rental costs, and finally the NIWEST company goes bankrupt in the end. And that would be a sad story. And what we would do is to prevent that problem from happening on the exam day, perhaps. Now, as we can see there, that placing large order, any delays, product recalls that may leave us missing sales revenue. And at the same time, in our briefing that we are told that we've got weekly updates regarding our shipment, but daily update regarding the store inventory. And that would be a mismatch because the store manager would never know in real time that when can we get the inventories and where is that inventory. So that will leave us to many problems. Because currently, each of the department will be encountering a problem called information silos. Because each of the departments will work on its own. And this will lead us to many topics that will be quite possible on the exam day. So therefore, let me bring you some of the important topics that I would highly recommend my students to focus on in the course. Firstly, I will highly tip process management this time, that possibly you will need to use the Hammond's process to identify different types of processes in our business from a strategic point of view before we dip into any redesign options. And in particular, using business process re-engineering would be an effective option this time. So we need to learn the principle in there. So at the same time, we're told about plenty of clues from the briefing about the risk, including the economic side, including the rising returns and so on. And this will lead us to the potential value chain and even the supply chain issues. We'll also need to consider the stakeholders each and every time and the corporate social responsibility, and even thinking about the Porter's Diamonds model. Again, when we're expanding overseas, project management will highly recommend you to cover that, but this time possibly the post-reviews and even the stakeholders conflict. And big data e-business, especially for the e-procurement system, they will highly tip that this time. And also the corporate reporting issues related to environmental and integrated reporting issues. Corporate governance, I will highly tip the agency ownership structure. Marketing part, I will highly tip the marketing mix this time, which means the 7 Ps. Although 6 Is related to e-marketing would be quite popular in each and every sitting. However, that was tested last time. Not sure that if that topic will come up in the June 25 exam. And finally, last time, the leadership, which means the trade stuff, trade theory was tested. this time, perhaps culture, and even the ethics question, I will tip that as well. And of course, in my mock exam in the course, I will create you with 2 very high quality mock exams covering the important topics and our recommended exam style so you can pass this paper relatively easily. And I look forward to your exam success very soon, and I look forward to seeing you in the course from the next section onwards. Bye for now.
APC, accounting for your future.
Let's continue our story regarding the March 2024 pre-season analysis. Now, let's look at the pre-season material, Ireland Football League. Okay, this is where we're going to be having matches and competition, that kind of stuff. Now, we've got 3 divisions, okay, for the men's first teams with 18 teams in it and lasting from August to May next year. And then play twice, so 3 points winning a match, 1 point for drawing a match, which means no win or no lose, no point for losing a match. Okay, so you just need to be familiar with the terminology there. So at the end of each season, okay, 2 teams relegated, okay, with the fewest points if possible. But if the highest point, okay, they will be promoted, okay, and play in the next division. Right, so I've summarized all these rules in my pre-season application note. So for example, I just mentioned about this, I just mentioned about the duration, and twice per season, and point system, 3 points for win, 1 point for draw, and no points for loss. And the bottom 2 and top 2, okay, either relegated or promoted to the next division at the season's end. Right. So the final paragraph is also talking about some sort of financial misconduct. Okay, now teams may also face relegation if they're in breach of the regulations set by the KFL. Now, KFL is just to be the Ireland Football League. Now, examples of financial misconduct would certainly include, for example, false accounting. Because nowadays, which means our company, Athletic Chance Central company, is not a public listed company. So yes, I would expect certain fraudulent transactions and even the false accounting issues may happen in the company, and this is why the examining team will have an excuse at setting questions like, okay, so we need to make our internal controls better. Alternatively, okay, failure to pay debt, right. Having the third-party ownership, which means certain undisclosed payment made to certain investors, okay, so especially for the buying club, okay, if you buy the top players. However, if our top player later on, certain economic rights will be shared among different investors, okay, so if that's the case, then undisclosing that, so that will be a breach of certain regulations, and it's a financial misconduct. So may be fearing that the teams will be relegated. Now, if teams face relegation, my view is this. The potential impact could be the loss of future revenue, okay, especially from this sponsorship. So if that's the case then, okay, so the football club may go into trouble. Of course, yes, common sense, the division winners will receive a trophy and prize money, okay. The trophy may be made up of gold or copper, silver, I don't know. And to a higher division, okay, if there's certain promotion in there, of course, increase sponsorship. So in other words, increase in terms of revenues that we can get on television income. Clubs in the Division 1, okay, which will be the best because they will also have a global fan base rather than just the local one, okay. So in the actual exam, maybe we have a strategy to expand globally, okay. So as I mentioned in our first recording, when I draw a pyramid for you, the top part, which means the strategic part, okay, so we always bear that in mind, that expand globally, to expand our income streams will be important there. Okay, so that's how we summarize all this together. Now, not only we've got the domestic, but also we've got the international competition, as I mentioned here, okay, so you can see a summary there. So for example, for domestic, which means our local country, all teams, okay, participate in a domestic cup. So it's a one-off match, okay. Now, winners progress through rounds to final, okay. So you've got rounds, competition, and final competition, right there. International competition, on the other hand, is where the top 3 teams from the Division 1, okay, compete in the Russian International League. So remember, we're in Ireland. Now, Ireland is a part of Russia. Okay, so make sure Russia is like the European Union, EU, something like that. So it includes top teams from other countries in Russia. So this means that yes, we can compete with the international teams, and having a global fan base offers additional revenue, okay, from more home games and live TV broadcasts. Right, so the broadcasting rights will be quite lucrative from our perspective nowadays, and this is why you need to be very careful. Now, you need to keep the team performance right so you can have this opportunity to compete overseas and to having possibility that having the broadcasting rights, okay, of such a mental competition, so to earn a lot more revenue. Now, you need to be familiar with the terminology, and that's it. Now, summarize all the teams. Now, not only you've got the teams made of men, but also we've got the women's, okay, so women's first teams, right, so compete in our country, Ireland, Women's Football League is called KWFL. Now, I would say that nowadays, yes, men and women, very important, but in the past, yes, in most countries, men are more important than women, but that's just to be a no school and no fashions idea, outdated idea. So nowadays, perhaps in the exam hall, that you may see a question that examiner says, right, so the, for example, the industry body may be very interested in making sure that we have the ESG stuff, okay, so one of the elements would be the social part, and to make sure that we treat the male and female in an equal manner, right there. So this is why they've set the KPI, something like that, okay, so regarding the number of competitions in terms of women and so on, and this is why we need to input a lot of resources and in making sure we scout or to look for any potential women players. So that's all we can say. But not all clubs have women's teams, okay, so perhaps there would be a possibility that we need to input on this. And also the Ireland's Women's Football League teams also participate in a domestic cup competition. That's fine there. And we have also got the reserve teams under 18 teams, okay, so they've got their respective competitions as well. Now, what we can say is that these are sort of information that you need to know, okay, without expanding it too much, okay. So when you're analysing the case, you need to be familiar with the industry like this. Now, moving on, let's talk about the industry body. Now, in real life, the industry body, for example, FIFA, I'm sure that you heard of that. So very similar to FIFA is that the Thailand Football League is governed by KFA, not KFC by the way, but KFA is called Thailand Football Association. It's like the FIFA. Right, see, KFA enforces the playing and other regulations of KFL, which means the Thailand Football League. Other regulations include the financial fair play regulation, okay, and the KFA recommends that clubs follow generally accepted corporate governance best practices as well. Right, so which means just to be the recommendation there. So this means that I would comment on this in terms of corporate governance. It's just to be the principle-based approach in terms of corporate governance. Now, of course, later on in the exam question, that a potential requirement may say that the commenting on the pros and cons of the principle-based approach to the rules-based approach in terms of the corporate governance, perhaps that certain football clubs on the exam date have collapsed or gone bankrupt, and this is why the industry body, KFA, is thinking about to change the principle-based approach of corporate governance to the rules-based approach later on. So that would be a potential exam question there. Now, of course, I would say that the FFPR, or the financial fair play regulations, will be, I think, will be the most important issue that you need to consider in this exam. So, because later on we'll see on page 5, okay, so told by the examining team on the previous material, I'll show you the calculations for when we will be in breaching of the FFPR. And certainly if the football club is in breach of the FFPR, in breaching such regulations will certainly have severe impact, okay, on the company. And this is why later on we may see that loss of broadcasting rights, sponsorship, and lots of key players and so on and so forth that may be coming to being. So we need a good internal control systems to make sure that the FFPR regulations will not be breached. Now, not only for that, the KFA's regulations must comply with the requirements of the Russian and World Football's governing bodies, which means, yes, from other bodies and something like that. Okay, now, I think the most important issue that we need to consider are two, FFPR and the principle-based and the rules-based approach to corporate governance. Now, I'll summarize them for you. Firstly, our governing body, which means the association, or we can call it as A or KFA if you like. And we need to fulfill certain regulations, and very importantly, I think is the most important one, is the financial fair play, okay, is the FFPR. And we only recommend, okay, by the association to follow the corporate governance best practices. Now, here on my screen, I've shown you the FIFA, right? It's the industry body in real life. Now, what it actually does is that not only sets the regulations such as the financial fair play regulations, but also for other things. For example, making sure that global football, when they are managing such organizations, so they are following the corporate governance best practices, promoting football globally, and regulating a player and club, and setting regulations, FFPR, and also the distributes revenue from competitions to member associations, okay? So in terms of prize money and so on and so forth, and setting rules for competition and that kind of stuff. Now, the composition of FIFA will certainly include, firstly, it has got the Congress. Congress would just to be the representatives from each of the member associations. So, for example, we are the Football Cup, and the Congress, yes, our Football Cup would be one of the members in the Congress of FIFA. So, at the same time, FIFA has got a council, right? So, monitoring the strategic direction of the organisation, have several committees, for example, the audit committees, finance committees, and so on, and also having the secretary, right? So, making sure that the daily work will be done properly. Now, I would say that in the past, the Manchester City Football Club was banned from European competitions for 2 seasons. Right, 2 seasons. You lose lots of income from that, okay? For example, loss of ticket sales, sponsorship revenues, and even the sale of your merchandise products to your fans. Because it is in breach of financial fair play regulations. Okay, so you need to be watching out. So, of course, when we are subject to certain issues like this, for example, in breach of the FFPR, yes, you can appeal that through the Court of Arbitration for Sport in particular. And of course, because of in breach of the FFPR, yes, you will certainly face loss of revenue. But at the same time, the situations may be unfair. For example, the football club, another football club is called Barcelona. Barcelona really faced a transfer ban, okay, so not allowing to transfer for 2 transfer windows, okay, because, for example, they are using the players under the age of 18. Also, doping, yes, some sort of medicine that the football players are using, of course, will be overseen by FIFA. And if this is caught out, of course, there would be a lot of sanction measure imposed onto those players and even the football clubs. Now, I would say that FIFA recently has been accused of certain scandals, okay, bribery, that kind of stuff, okay, so you can bear that in mind, that all sorts of organisations need to improve over time. Now, if on the exam day that we are accusing the KFA, Ireland Football Association, of certain scandals, so for example, accepting bribery from others, whether or not it will have an impact on our football clubs. So, for example, at Athletic Central Company. Well, my view is the answer is yes, because if we find out that KFA, subject to bribery, that kind of circumstances, would lose interest and even confidence in the football industry. And if this is the case, then we may lose potential sponsorship and funding, may be subject to stricter regulations. So in other words, we need to put more money in it. And in terms of the transfer market, I would say that certain penalties, okay, may be applied. If we are caught out also for the scandals, but at the same time, it will certainly affect the market value of our top players when we are selling among different clubs. So, yeah, damaging the fan trusts and leaving a bad image globally regarding football, and certainly will affect our long-term revenue eventually. Now, moving on. The pre-scene now gives us an idea of where does the club's revenue and expenditure come from. Now, coming from the prize money ticket sales, blah, 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 blah. Right, I've summarized all of these, okay, in a nice and short and sweet summary regarding the income sources and also the main expenditure. Now, clubs would get revenue from prize money. For example, winning competition, we can get the money distributed from the KFA. We've got ticket sales. Okay, now, not only we've got the match attendance, which means the one-off ticket revenue, but also season ticket sales, which means just to be continuous revenue. So the idea behind it is that if you buy the season ticket sales, yes, you can attend a lot of matches rather than just one, okay, during that season. And of course, the cost to you, the cost to the customer attending those matches will be quite low, okay, for each match. Instead of paying the one-off ticket fee, but buying the season ticket sales would make the costs even lower. Okay, so of course, yes, in terms of revenues that we can get, of course, the season ticket sales, we can get more revenue rather than just one-off match. Okay, so we can think about our strategies later on, because when we are talking about the business model, yeah, we're talking about strategy. So we are talking about how you're going to be designing your revenue streams and expenses streams, and this will be very key there. Also, other match day income as well. So, for example, you're selling refreshments, hospitality, bus rentals, that kind of stuff. You get other income. The transfer fees, okay, you're selling your top players. So you also have got the sponsorship income, okay, so because you've got a stadium and you allow other companies to place their advertisements in your stadium and you get the income from them. The merchandise sales, okay, so for example, the replica kits, that's quite famous. Also, all other branded items, branded with what? Branded with Athletic Central, okay. Also, utilizing your stadium to host non-football events. I would say that, yes, the larger stadium, most likely, that attracting more customers to come and to attend the match and to get more revenue. But what if the stadium is not hosting any matches currently? Of course, you can host other events, for example, the concerts, and you can host other events so you can get revenue from them. Now, you also have got the TV broadcasting income, yeah, because you're allowing the television to broadcast the match live, okay, so on TV, Facebook, and so on and so forth. And also, TV channel would give you money, okay, gives us money. So we are working in AT or Athletic Central company, so we can get a television income as well. Now, the expenditure, yeah, we are given by the examining team. that the main expenditure, I would say the top priority, is the salaries and benefit that it's to pay to the top players. I would say that yes, liquidity problems may come into being if we are not having enough longer term sources of finance. That how can we pay our players? Now the amortization cost would be regarding the transfer of top players, because initially they are recognized as intangible asset. So therefore, subsequently in each and every year, we will see amortization expense to be recognized onto the financial statement. So of course this will be another cost in there. However, the amortized cost there does not necessarily mean that you need to pay the money out. Okay, because these are non-cash expenses. And also regarding the stadium facilities in respect of investment in that and to having maintenance and repair expenses, the match day costs, okay, so for example catering and security, and the TV channel costs, okay, so especially if you are running our own TV channels. And also we've got interest expense, okay, which means the finance cost. I would say that in this industry, because it's very, very profitable, so it's very commonly seen in practice that it relies on a lot of debt to expand this business rather than, yes, push the company onto the stock exchange and getting a larger base of shareholders, that kind of stuff. But commonly seen practice would be to take on additional debt, for example. Now, based on my research, and I found out there might be 6 potential income streams not disclosed in your pre-scene. Firstly, perhaps you may be running the digital and interactive platform offering the virtual reality experiences or online game, such as what we've seen in the previous recording analysis. So there might be extra income coming in, but we are not sure. But of course, in the actual exam, you need to know, okay, yes, I understand that there will be a direction there. So later on the exam date, you can simply recall from what you've studied in the SBL. For example, yes, evaluating a project, whether or not it's suitable to the business, feasible to the business, whether or not we've got fund, whether or not it's acceptable to the business, that kind of stuff. So you can easily construct your answer later on. Now, not only for that, you may be having membership programs, okay, especially for season ticket sales to get larger revenue. Perhaps you are working with others, which means through a partnership, okay, not only, yes, like with the SAP, as we see in the previous recording, but also with other companies, okay, so for example, the artists or Spotify, that kind of stuff. Having perhaps social responsibility projects, okay, so for further sponsorship opportunities from all sorts of other companies. Or perhaps real estate, why not build a building, okay, so for example, branded with Messi, that kind of top players. Okay, so that could attract a lot more customers. How about financial instrument? Because in our SBL syllabus, we've got the cryptocurrencies. Why not issue your own cryptocurrency to attract new finance as your income? So that could be one of the ways that exam questions may be set. So make sure that you know the process of issuing the cryptocurrency and the pros and cons of that. So in particular, you need to focus on whether or not it's utilizing the blockchain technology. Now, regarding expenditure, for example, I would say that the examining team has hidden, from my perspective, another several expenditure sources. So firstly, we may need to spend money into making sure that our data analytics will be up to date. So for example, from a tactical point of view, how we're going to be winning the match, and that will be very, very important there. How we're going to be making sure that we prevent injury, okay, to those top players. Perhaps we also need to invest further monies into the youth academic improvement. Having international offices, digital marketing, hosting event, okay, especially for non-football event, so you can maximizing the use of stadium facilities and even generating additional revenue, and that's important. Because when we are talking about the ESG in particular, which means the environmental, social and governance, yes, we need to make sure that we are not wasting our investment in this way. Maximizing the efficiency would be important there. We also need to spend money in the health and safety and compliance. So for example, what if they're injured, and also complying with certain regulations, the best practices, principle-based approach in terms of corporate governance would be important there. What if do we need to spend money into sustainability plans? Okay, so for example, in terms of eco-friendly stadium initiatives, for example, investing our money into solar panels, that could be possible, okay, on the exam date. So make sure that you know that, okay, that would be a potential expenditure that we need to spend in order to stand out from other competitors. How about the research and innovation in terms of the sports science and medicine? Perhaps we may be thinking about to diversify our business or having a joint venture agreement with a medicine company in order to do additional research, okay, into our company. Any sort of emerging technologies, less likely from my perspective. So, for example, the AI game and so on. Now, these are the potential areas that you may see in the actual exam. So make sure that you're ready. Now, I think the most important part will be the FFPR, okay, in the pre-SEED material. Now, why we are having the FFPR is that we will be preventing any football clubs to spend more than they can earn. Because if they spend more than they can earn, they will go bust because they are having loss-making position. If you're the investor, you're seeing the football club has been loss-making over the years, I would say that the football club may have an incentive, firstly, to manipulate the financial statement or to go bust. This is not good because the top players, yes, will move from one club to another and finally lose their jobs. So in order to protect this industry, we need to make sure that all the clubs operating into this industry will be operating in a successful manner. And this is why, if I'm the examiner for the SBL, although I'm not the examiner for SBL, but I'm the current exam marker for the Advanced Financial Management paper at ACCA, and also Financial Management paper at ICAS, okay? So in Scotland, ICAS. So if I'm the examiner for the SBL, I would certainly set an exam question related to budget, okay, in the finance part in the SBL syllabus. Right there. Now, the way that the relevant earnings as a KPI set by the KFA or the Ireland Football Association is that we'll need to take the income minus the expenses. However, we would define those income per the regulation using the words relevant. Now, the relevant income will include the prize money, ticket sales, TV revenue, income from selling advertising, merchandise sales, profit from sale of top players, and so on, and also the tangible asset. Expenses includes not just for the money that we spend, but also amortization, losses if you sell those stadiums, losses that you sell players, finance costs and dividend. Now, it says that relevant earnings should be positive. However, if it is negative, I will need to see whether or not that loss would be exceeding or equals to $5 million. If the answer for that is yes, you are in breach. You are in breach of the regulation. However, this should be done over a 3-year period. Now, what do I mean? Now, the examining team has given us a simple calculation such as this. Now, suppose that we can get the relevant earnings each and every year. For example, 25 in year 1, 20 minus 20 in year 2, 17 in year 3. Now, plus all of these together, now the total earnings over a 3-year period will be 22. 22 is positive. Therefore, it is not breaching the regulation. And that's all you need to know. Let's carry this on. Another 3 years, minus 20 plus 17 minus 1. I would say that this equals to minus 4. Okay, it's negative. It's a bad thing. However, it is not exceeding $5 million of losses. And this is why not breaching the regulation here. Now, moving on. We've got 17 minus 1 minus 2, giving us 14. 14 is positive, therefore it's not breaching the regulation again. And then we have got minus 1, minus 2, minus 4 in the year 4, 5, and 6. So total minus 7. More than $5 million of losses, okay, right, breaching the regulation. Now, breaching the regulation was certainly having fines, okay, penalty, in other words, charged by the KFA, loss of points. So in other words, perhaps you cannot attend the international competition because you haven't not enough points. Losing prize money, because winning the match, yes, you can get the prize money distributed by the KFA. But because you are breaching the regulation, yes, losing prize money, okay, in the league. Not allowed to compete in Ireland Domestic Cup or the Russian International League competitions. So in other words, you will lose a lot of sponsorship income, ticket sales, that kind of stuff. And also relegation to lower divisions for very serious breaches. So for example, over several years, you're in breach of certain regulations. So further, you will lose a lot more income. And of course, unluckily, the top players may leave your club as well. Now, very, very important there. So I'll summarize all of these. I would say that the real life example, AC Milan, for example, in 2019, banned from participating in the Europa League because breach of the FFPR. And the consequences, as I said before, very, very bad there. Now, regarding the FFPR, firstly, I would like to introduce to you the holistic approach followed by the internal controls perspective. Now, In order to make sure that we are not in breach of the FFPR, we need to make sure our corporate governance is okay. Firstly, we need to have clear policies that FFPR is important. Having board oversight, so for example, assigning a potential official or setting up a separate committee in our company. However, unluckily, there's no separate committee nor a dedicated official looking after this issue. So the only committee in our business would just to be the audit committee. I think this is absolutely not enough. From the risk management point of view, yes, we need to assess the financial risks properly. And this is why not only we need to look at the past information, okay, of our financial statement, but also more importantly, the future budget that we need to look at. Having certain KPIs in place in making sure that we continuously monitor that, so usually by the internal auditor. Yes, you need to understand that the internal audit function that you may be saying to the examining team, the pros and cons of that. In terms of the project management, yes, you need to review the performance quite frequently, learning from the outcomes and to see what sort of expenses are so high or whether or not you have acquired a potential or particular top players, so at a premium. So if that's the case, then lots of amortization expenses in the subsequent years. So you need to learn from that mistake, perhaps, or to expand your income stream, for example, because the available income, available expenses are interlinked with each other. If you're saving expenses, you're not acquiring top players, of course your income would reduce. You're not saying that I'd like to reduce the expense and therefore the income would increase and profit will increase. No, because reduction of your expenses will certainly reduce your income. So perhaps here, in terms of the relevant expenditure, you need to look at the dividend policy, okay? So in terms of working or attracting a larger group of investors investing in your club, so you need to think about the amount of dividends that they want, because dividend payment will be an element included in the relevant expenditure per the FFPR. So you need to make sure that you are very careful about that. Yes, audit will be important, and also we introduce the concept called feedback loop. So in other words, we need to compare the actual with a target and to identify that difference or variance. That's important now. In terms of communication, that's important now, because we need to communicate with funds, sponsors, regulatory bodies quite frequently to make sure that our income and the expenditure streams, to see whether or not they can be improved or whether or not they can be maintained to a certain extent. So that's very, very important there. Now, I would say that I also summarize all of these, okay, from the internal controls point of view. I like to use my own mnemonic, okay, which I've used that in my SBL class. It's called CC-RIM. Now, an exam question may say that, okay, our company is in breach of the FFPR, perhaps in two particular period. So this is why, from an internal controls point of view, you need to improve the control environment. So, for example, making sure that the oversight from the audit committee or appoint a separate official or having a separate committee to make sure that the overspending culture will not be in place. So if we are spending a lot more money in acquiring the top players in the market where the market value is quite volatile at the moment. So later on, we need to have a project management mindset that to make this right, okay, not to overspend those monies. In terms of control procedures, yes, making sure that a past financial statement will be integrated with the operational department, okay, so making sure that if you've got ticket sales, so you need to make sure that it's included in the financial system automatically, because we are not a listed company, so auditing will be also important. Also, talking about budget, I would personally favor the rolling budget, okay, rolling that forward, okay, if one period has ended, to make sure that we incorporate the latest thing in our budget, to make sure that we control the money not being overspent. In terms of risk management, on the other hand, make sure that we factor in more variables, such as the changes in market value of the key players and the changes in the players' performance, factor them into variables and so manage risks properly. Risks of overspending our money. Anyway, making sure that the information and communication is done properly. So for example, currently in the pre-scene, I'll show you in a second, that the marketing and the IT director in our company will be the same person. So if that's the case, then I would question whether or not the IT director can capture all the financial data instantly. So making sure that perhaps the system, okay, in our business is siloed. So this means that we're not particularly sure that we get the marketing department's expenses, okay, spent on a certain project, but we're not checking that properly or include that properly in our financial system. Finally, monitoring, having our internal audit function on an ongoing check would be very important there as well. Moving on. Now, let's see the media coverage. Okay, so I would say that yes, broadcast live on TV and journalists are keen to obtain exclusive stories about clubs and players and so on. I'm summarizing all of these. So having the media coverage, of course, we increase the chances that we can sell our merchandise, products and tickets. So having live broadcasts, media coverage on newspapers, and also to publish our stories about our top players in a magazine and to the journalist would be also very, very important to our sales. However, there might be specific negative issues about the rumours, privacy concerns, pressure on players and clubs, and also managing the public relations. So we need to spend more money on that. So these top three will certainly affect our top players' market value. So making sure that we are aware of this. Now, in terms of the industry challenges of summarizing these, it's all about whether or not we can have sustainability in terms of our finance. So in other words, if we are consistently spending more than we earn, so it's not good. If we are keeping losing the matches, it's not good. So for example, a famous football club, Malaga, yes, spending too high on top players. So not in following the FFPR, the Financial Fair Play regulations, and therefore subject to sanctions and fines and so all sorts of things would take place. Now the industry challenge, so you need to bear that in mind always, is that how can you maintain success, okay, in matches and making sure that you are sustainable in terms of your finance part. Now, the examining team have also given you the risks and threat, okay, faced by the normal clubs in Ireland. So summarizing this all together there. So for example, lower match attendance and prize money, okay, that you can get from the KFA. Competition, okay, in terms of rivalries, more clubs available there. I would say that this market competition is quite severe. Sponsorship issues, so whether or not you can get the company providing you with monies like that. Perhaps loss of crucial players, injuries of your players. For example, if you see Messi, okay, the injured, for example, in Hong Kong in a few months ago. So losing quite a lot of income and need to refund to the fan as well. If the TV revenue declines, yes, quite commonly seen in practice nowadays, because now we are using mobile phone. Competition for sponsorship, okay, so because the sponsored entities will have other opportunities to invest their money in rather than invest in our football club. FFPR not being complied and damaging a brand, negative media coverage, okay, in terms of the our top players' personal life and so on, and health and safety risks, for example, potential for injuries, security risks, okay. So, for example, the supporter misconduct at matches. Yes, if you're not spending enough money onto those emergency services, that could be a potential risk in that. Uncertainty will make our top players injured. And also, financial market risk. Okay, so for example, the interest rate changes in currency fluctuations and liquidity challenges will certainly affect the ability so they can get more revenue or spending less, and this is why it will hurt our financial sustainability. Now I would say there will be additional risks that you need to consider. So for example, the digital security in terms of big data, because you've got a lot of data from the football fans. The environmental part, okay, so perhaps the introduction of the ESG initiative, that kind of stuff. So make sure that you're ready. Now, in terms of stakeholders that the examining team has given us, shareholders, directors, players, team managers, coaching staff, other employees, supporters, retail customers, TV broadcaster, commercial sponsor, merchandise suppliers, the police, emergency services, and the Cowland Football League and the Cowland Football Association. Right, so I summarise all of these according to Mendelow's mapping matrix. Okay. Now, I hope you remember from your earlier study that Mendelow has said that based on the X and Y axis, based on two axes, firstly we've got power and we've got interest. It's also either high or low interest, high or low power, and then we slot the stakeholders into one of these four boxes. Now, interest can either be the stake they have into our business in terms of the money they can get from us, or interested in our daily operation of a business. Power, on the other hand, whether or not you've got power to change or affect our operations. Okay, now, if the interest is high, power is high, we treat them as key players. Otherwise, minimum effort. If the interest is quite low, but the power is quite high, such as the association's cafe, something like that. So what we need to do is to keep them satisfied. Otherwise, we'll keep them informed, making sure that they know our latest update. Now, I've put all of these stakeholders into different categories. I would say that keep informed would certainly include our supporters, customers, suppliers, emergency services. So the interest is quite high because they pay for some, and they can get our revenue or something like that. But power is quite low because they can't change our operations. They are not our employees. So what we can do on the actual exam date is to say to the examining team, so why the interest is high, why the power is low, and how we do about it. Regular updates via social media, newspaper, fan engagement events. Keep satisfied, okay, so for example, the sponsors make sure that we meet with the obligations and the terms and conditions. Key players, we include our shareholders, players, and also even I will classify the association and the league into a key players category here. So, for example, regular performance review, make sure all the KPIs are met. Engaging in strategic planning sections, perhaps include a mean. So, making decisions on a cooperative basis. Now, this is how we do it. Now, the leading teams in Ireland, we are told about the position in the league, stadium capacity, and also even the revenue of certain clubs. And athletics, Transcentral will be a last one. Right there. Okay. Now, with a bit of wordy part, I've summarized them for you. Now, firstly, if the stadium is larger, the revenue will be larger. Okay. So you can see that there will be a clear positive correlation between these two elements. So, for example, the first club and also the second club, their stadium capacity will be quite high, and therefore their revenues will be the highest one. At the same time, for the stadium capacity, we can also think about having revenue from the non-football events that we can hold. And also you need to think about the eco-friendly initiative to maximize the use of the stadium. And also introducing, for example, the solar panel, these sort of stuff, okay, in there to save us the energy costs. And also, if our facilities are quite good, we can attract more talent, okay, later on to make sure that this becomes one of our competitive advantages among other clubs. We can get more support from our fans, and also investing in new stadiums. That will be a strategic move and is for our long-term planning, but we need to manage our risks properly. So all sort of things that if you are not investing in infrastructures, losing competitive advantage, and even having challenges in engaging with fans and getting additional revenues from that. So I've summarized all these things, okay, in there as well. The innovation and sustainability. I would say that it's all about the digital nowadays and making sure that the TV channel is exclusive to our club. So, but we need to make sure that we follow the data privacy and security procedures, in particular in compliance with the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulations, okay, in the EU. Now, through my research, I haven't seen any particular club which is violating the GDPR, but on the exam date, according to the examiner's imagination, perhaps our company may be in breach of the GDPR and facing severe penalties, okay, from the relevant authority. So make sure that you're ready of such stories may be coming up there. Now, in terms of the KPIs in this industry, so it listed, split into the financial and non-financial part. The financial, making sure revenue is high, salaries, the EBITDA, okay, so which means we take the operating profit, but we add back any depreciation, amortization expenses back, and also the relevant earnings, okay, in terms of the calculations of the FFPR, in terms of cash flows and player sales and capital expenditures. However, in terms of non-financial part, as you can see a position there, the attendance, the number of season ticket holders, so we can get more revenue from the bunch sale, the club website hits and compliance with the regulations. However, there might be additional KPIs not shown or not considered currently as an improvement potentially. So, for example, detail the revenue streams into merchandise sponsorship, and also making sure debt levels is not particularly high. And also, how about the ROI, return on investment, for buying the players? For non-financial KPIs, for the additional ones that we can consider, satisfaction rates and the engagement over the social media, such as the likes and shares, development of our youth academy, okay? So, for example, the success rates on that, the engagement programs, the number of them that we engage with our community to enhance our brands, and the KPIs related to environmental sustainability, staff and injury rate. From an operational point of view, how we win the match, for example, whether or not we are flexible in terms of the tactics point of view, players development, okay, in terms of skills, that the number of skills that they can get, the scouting efficiency, okay, is the abilities that we can find out potential youth to join our team and to train them properly, because that would be a contributing our long-term success of our company. Right there, so far I've finished off there, okay, the recording of a pre-scene. Now in the next one, I'll be continuing our story to look at our company's overview, okay, with our application. I look forward to seeing you then. Bye-bye.
APC, accounting for your future.
Welcome again to the ACCA SBL March 2024 pre-scene application analysis. My name is Steve Chen. Now, we are still looking at the company Athletic Trans Central Company, or football club, if you like. Let's continue with our story. In the previous sections that we've talked about the strategy divided into 3 levels. Now, from a tactical point of view, which means the middle level, I think that 3 of the most important things that we always need to bear in mind at this company will include how we engage with our fans, which means our customers. At the same time, we need to think about to develop our talent, especially as the youth. And this is why we've got our own academy to do that. And also forming into commercial partnership would really help. Now, I would like to point out my application here. So firstly, when we are engaging with our fan, the real example I can provide you is a football club called Real Madrid. Now, Real Madrid really releases its own app, okay? So it includes such as the live match updates, the player status, and behind the scene content. These features can be viewed directly on its app. At the same time, of course, it's working with the Microsoft, okay, so to make sure that the app would be updated with the real-time data. At the same time, adding a lot of other features such as the VR and the AR, which means the virtual reality and augmented reality features in that. At the same time, allowing fans to play games on the app, okay, just to make sure that we engage more frequently with the funds or our customers so we can get more revenue from it later on. And of course, we've got the loyalty programs as well, okay, in this programs allowing the returning customers to consume more, okay, in our football club. Now, next one, yes, as I said before, is all about the talent and youth academy. Of course, quoted from the preceding information, I will show you how and where in a second, but I quote it here, is that academies recruit players from the age of 9 upwards and take a structured approach to their football, personal and educational development, which is particularly good there. A famous example would be a football club called Barcelona. Barcelona really adopts the holistic development approach. Yes, you can see a very famous star, Messi, yes, will be one of the examples that trained when he was very young, so in this academy. Now, talking about the commercial partnerships as they are tactical strategy, we need to think about, okay, why we're going to be partnering with a lot of other businesses. Well, the answer for that, from my perspective, of course, is to expand the revenue streams, so increasing our profit. Now, in what ways do we can partner with the real companies? Now, my view is this. We can always think about, firstly, in terms of the technology, secondly, the lifestyle brand, and thirdly, regarding the digital engagement. Okay, now, firstly, now, with regards to technology, such as, yes, another football club, I give you lots of famous examples from real life, it's called Manchester City. Now, it's working with SAP, okay, you heard of SAP in accounting work. Yes, also football club works with SAP to bring technology, okay, so coaches, analysts, and even players can access the real-time data, okay, during games for the very first time. So you understand, of course, who is performing quite well and not well, and all sorts of things by getting access to a particular platform. Now, of course, if I were to, I mean, from the AT company's point of view, now pre-scene, is working with a company very similar to SAP. Of course, the exam question may ask you to evaluate, for example, the MPV and the marginal cost analysis, okay, regarding this project and something like that. Now, another one, yes, okay, the football club called PSG, yes, working with Jordan brand. So this is why when you are buying shoes or shirts, okay, you can see the brand working all together, okay, you can see the two brands appearing on the same item. Of course, yes, working with the music company, Spotify, yes, to get the exclusive music from there. Of course, you can also think about why not to introduce the online game, which means the e-sport, right? So working with Shock 04 e-sport, so you can directly play games from there. Of course, from the football club's point of view, yes, we are working with the online gaming platform, so where you can get the extra loyalty revenue from that, or royalty income if you like. Okay, now finally, the last level of strategy. Yes, I'm not going to be recapping the theory part from the SBL study test and something like that, but we are talking about the operational strategy, which means dealing with the day-to-day running of the business. So this means that we need to get everyday tasks done. Most likely will be the ad hoc basis. At the same time, we need to have fun. So this is why, from my perspective, 3 of the most important elements applied to the AT company or AT football club will include how you're going to be managing your financial part. Trust me, football club, if you can see, the major expense will be the wages that we pay to the football players. We also need to manage the risk and setting up a lot of KPIs to make sure that everyday tasks will be done perfectly. Now, referring back to a lot of real-life examples, such as the financial management. A famous example will be the Leeds United Football Club. Now, at that particular moment in time, late 1990s and early 2000s, the Leeds United really paid lots of money to the football player and dependent on the Champions League, so you can attend that league, so you can sell a ticket from there and get the revenue. However, it failed. And yes, at that particular moment in time, we have got the financial crisis. So therefore, it sold off lots of assets from then. Now, my view is this. In running a football club, we can't always say to the board of directors, okay, just gamble and to input all of our resources and making sure that we depend on a particular champion league. If I cannot attend that league, of course, your gamble will be wrong. If your gamble is wrong, you will lose quite a lot of money from that. So my view is this. When I'm suggesting to the board on the exam date, I always think about how to increase our revenue streams, and this will be the top priority suggestion I would like to make, okay, on the exam date. How about for risk management? Well, a famous example, another football club, is called Rangers Football Club. Now, the Rangers Football Club, as you can see, is dealing with the HMRC, which means Her Majesty of Revenue and Customs is the tax authority in the UK. So, now it's called His Majesty. Anyway, now, at that particular moment in time, it used employee benefit trusts paying the players and staff, where the HMRC, which means the tax authority, treated this as the tax evasion case. And therefore, of course, the club's management need to pay the penalty regarding this, okay? So damaging the reputation and the liquidity issues. Now, this is why we need to manage that risk properly. And of course, when we are managing risk, this would be one of the jobs regarding our internal audit. So we need to make this right, okay? So we need to have the risk manager, risk strategies in place. So for example, transferring the risk, reducing the risk, avoiding or accepting that risk. So in the actual exam, make sure that you provide justification to the examining team, and that will be absolutely fine there. The final one, as I said before, we need to get the KPIs right. Of course, I will show you the KPI, okay, from the pre-sim, but I've listed more of the KPIs here. So for example, in managing our daily running of the business, okay, managing the daily business does not necessarily mean that in traditional businesses we need to get our work in progress right, we have enough inventories, we have all sort of asset turnover, that kind of stuff. No, we are not looking at those in this particular industry. From my perspective though, for example, whether or not you can collect advanced data from the variable tech and tracking systems to make sure that you get the real-time data for the players regarding their fitness and injury prevention, helping them through. Whether or not you can guess who would win and who would lose, and yes, who performs well and who did not perform quite well, which means the heat maps showing these sort of things. Of course, yes, whether or not you can predict what's going on by combination with the AI, whether or not you integrate the biomechanical analysis, for example, helping them to prevent injury, and so on and so forth. Of course, on the screen, as you can see, I've got different tools available in real life. Yes, these are the real life football clubs are using. and you can always refer to them. How about the financial statement? Well, for example, I've taken the statement of financial position and P&L from a famous football club, which is a listed company. It's called Manchester United. I've taken that from the annual report in 2023 of the Manchester United. You can see the feature of such financial statement. Firstly, we've got a P&L. As you can see, the characteristic of such companies, yes, is the profit or losses on disposal of intangible asset. You can see that account for huge value, okay, in the P&L. That's the characteristic of such football club's company financial statement will look like. At the same time, as you can see in the consolidated balance sheet or statement of financial position, as you can see, the intangible asset value will be very, very high. Of course, the PP&E will be very high as well, so for example, related to the stadium, that kind of stuff that it has invested. Yes, such companies, usually that their equity value will not be so high compared to the liability section. Now, this is how the football club company's financial statements look like. How do we analyze such financial statement, okay, of the football club company? So firstly, you will need to see whether or not the revenue sources will be quite diverse, which means lots of revenue sources. And not just from the ticket sales, but also from sponsorship revenue and so on. And whether or not there's been a growth in the commercial revenue. At the same time, for the expenditure, whether or not you take the wages expense, divide it into revenue, whether or not that's increasing or decreasing. Okay, so if it is increasing, so this means that whether or not you get enough funds to pay off those wages, okay, to your football players. If this is not the case, if you cannot secure the long-term finance regarding that, of course, the football club may go into trouble. At the same time, you also see the player has been amortized year on year, so this means that amortization expenses, you always need to keep an eye on those. Okay, so if the amortization expenses are quite high, this means that the company has heavily invested in those football players. So make sure that you're ready for that. Right there. So far, we finished off the introduction to the case from the pre-scene. Now, let's move on. Section 2 here, in the pre-scene material, is the football sector information. Okay, the countries that we're operating in is called Ireland. Fine. Okay, now, first paragraph, it talks about the sport of football. From my perspective, the best way is to see the following video.
To play soccer, first you'll need two teams. The goal of the game is to score more points than the other team by kicking the ball into their net. In the official rules, each team has 11 players, and the game lasts for 90 minutes. To get started, assign positions to every player. Each team should have a goalie, defenders, midfielders, and strikers. If you're the goalie, your job is to stop the other team from scoring by blocking the ball from going into the net, and you are the only player on the field that can use your hands to do so. If you are a defender, you'll support the goalie by preventing the other team from taking on shots on goal. Additionally, try to steal the ball from the opposing team and pass it to your midfielders or strikers. When you're a midfielder, you want to get the ball toward the other team's net. You'll run up and down the field, helping on defense and on offense to get the ball to your strikers. Then, if you're a striker, it's your job to shoot the ball into the other team's net to score a point. When you're not playing a game, practice dribbling the ball down the field while running at different speeds, which will help you keep the ball in your team's possession during an actual game. You should also practice taking shots using a net or some cones so you're more ready to score the next time you play. Additionally, try asking a friend to practice with you so you can work on passing the ball back and forth.
Right, I'm sure that you're happy with how do you play football in real life. Now, let me summarize the paragraph for you. Now, firstly, okay, that I summarize the sport of football, the football match, okay, which means the competition, the outcome, yes, we've got win, lose, or draws, which means, yeah, 1-1, draws, okay, that's it, no win or lose. And football played by men and women and children, okay, which means under 18s. And football clubs operate professionally and recreationally. Okay, so that's all we can know. At the same time, as you can see, next paragraph in the presentation is the professional clubs in Ireland. Okay, so most of the club, okay, so run men's and women's first reserve and under 18, that we've talked about that before. The first team includes the best players. Reserve team contains the player to replace the players in the first team. And we've got a manager in charge of it, okay, for each team. There are 5 clubs, have their own academies, and the first team player move up from other team at the same club, okay, or transferred from other clubs, which means we buy the player from other football clubs. Of course, we need to pay the transfer fee. And the most important thing for profitability is the performance of their men's first team. All right, both in domestic and international competitions. Okay, now I'm summarizing all of these into my application notes here. So firstly, I would like to show you that yes, we've got academic. I've shown you before, okay, so where Messi, yeah, was joining. I would say that you need to think about, for such academics, what may be the problems, okay, that you may expect when you're training the youth to play football. They may think, okay, how about my education? I need to study math, I need to study English, not just for training for football. Yes, for example, Barcelona, solving this problem using the holistic approach and by emphasizing the education alongside with the football training. So this is why tutoring services needs to be provided. So if in the actual exam, that if there might be any problems with regards to our own academic, you know how to solve this. Another problem would be they would care about the pressure. I can't do this, said by the youth. So it's very important that, for example, let's see a real-life company, Manchester United. Their academic, they focus on the mental health. Now, what they did is that they provide comprehensive support systems, for example, offering workshops on coping mechanisms, encouraging open discussions about the mental health, and also having psychologists in place. Okay, now, I think this would be used in your answer to improve the quality by adding more details in. Of course, the final problem from my perspective is that when running the academic, the transition from youth to senior level could be a problem. A very famous football club is called Ajax, now based in Netherlands. Now it bridging the gap between the youth and the senior football. So what they did is that they offer the youth playing time in senior matches when appropriate. You could say that that could be one of the ways that you can manage your talent, okay, in your SBL exam. Just give the youth opportunities, why not? Right, not just for that, I would also like to touch on another thing, is when we are selling the football players. That's quite common. However, there might be problems, okay, so you need to think about that. The first, I think the biggest problem is that you sell the good player, but you miss that opportunity that the good player can help you generate more cash or profit in the future. which means missed opportunity. A very famous example from my perspective, my memory serves me correctly, is called Mohamed Salah. Now, this person originally from Chelsea, but was sold to Roma in 2016 because he was considered not performing particularly well, and this is why he was sold. But after that, the buyer, yes, earns lots and lots of money. Okay, Roma earns lots and lots of money from having this top player. And of course, I would say that Chelsea lost that opportunity. Now, I would say that why did this happen? Quite commonly seen in practice, because yes, not only I teach the SBL, but I'm also a professional investor in real life, trading stocks and futures and options, that kind of stuff. I would say that yes, you can't always be right. Okay, so if you're seeing a particular share, the share price is moving upwards. What if you didn't buy it? What if you think the price is so high, so you sell it, but the price is even higher, so you lost that opportunity to get more income? That's quite natural and common in real life. So this would be the same when we look at in the football industry. Now, of course, the Chelsea strategy, yes, would benefit from transferring the top players, which means buying and selling the top players, and the loan strategy, which means to lend that top player to others and to get the revenue from others. So this would be quite common indeed. Now, I would say that another top player transfer, I'm sure they heard of that, Mr. Neymar. Now, Mr. Neymar, at that particular moment in time, yes, the transfer fee is all about 263 million USD. Wow, that's a lot of money. Now, I'd like to touch the point here is that how the transfer actually took place in real life. It is not just placing the advert on my website, for example, using the 6 I's in the SBL exam, so I'm going to be selling my top players. No, this is not how it works in the football industry. So this is why you need to be very careful and to understand a bit more regarding the case background information. Now, with regards to advertising, usually 9 out of 10 would be through the agent. Okay, there would be the agent arranging the sale of such top players, okay, among different football clubs. And of course, there might be direct communication, okay, between the football clubs, but yes, very likely through agent. Now, the agent would manage all the stuff, including the negotiations, and then after the transfer of the top players from one football club to another, yes, performing the checks and making sure that regulations will be followed. Now, however, there might be risk that the agent may be accused of the conflict of interest. A very famous example in real life is that the agent called Minnow, okay, when the sale of Mr. Paul, yes, that top player, okay. Now, when selling that top player to Manchester United, of course, the fee will be so high. And of course, the agent will get a lot of revenue from that. However, that agent, surprisingly, represents the seller and both the buyer. Yes, because that agent, to have represented all three parties involved, including the selling club, buying club, and also the player. And this is why the agent has got 27 million euro as the commission income. Now, I would say that, of course, he was accused, okay, and about the conflict of interest, because if you're representing the seller, of course, like to maximize the revenue for seller. However, from a buyer's point of view, would like to minimize the costs. So at that particular moment in time, it was unclear that whose best interests that Mr. Minnow is representing. Now I would say the football agents, they've got so many responsibilities, including the stuff that we've talked about, and also the marketing and legal representation. Yes, they would be responsible for it. And of course, as you can see on my screen, there would be such agents in real life arranging such sale and buys, okay, of such top players. And you can read them on your own if you have interest on that. Now, I would say that when we are transferring the top players from one club to another, yes, the selling club would get the money regarding a transfer fee, and this is why it automatically becomes their profit, so they can invest in building more stadiums and so on. And so the buying club, okay, which means the buyer, that will be investment, that will be a cost. And of course, if I buy a top player, yes, I need to spend lots of money as the upfront costs. However, the top player, we can use them, yes, they've got the image rights, we can get the revenue from there, and so on later on. There would be lots of commercial opportunities. And to the player, okay, so web notes, okay, I sell the player from one club to another. So web notes, the money would go into that player's pocket. But the answer is no, because the money would go into the selling club. However, part of the money with regards to salary and bonuses would go into that player's pocket. And of course, for that particular player, he or she has got the image right, okay. And also any signing bonuses. So this means that when I leave the existing club, when I join the new one, yes, I will charge another bonus, another cost on that. Of course, I will need to pay fees to the agents, any sort of third parties. However, if you decide that, for example, okay, here's my club, I'm going to be selling that person to the buyer, which means another club. So if that's the case, then sometimes the buyer buying that player, yes, part of the economic right, for example, the image right and something like that, will be shared among other investors. Yeah? Just to be a group of people sharing that benefit. Okay, after you buy that top player, okay, I can use that top player to get more advertisement revenue and something like that. So part of them, I'll actually share that. Now, if you decide to have such arrangement, you have to make sure they disclose them properly. Otherwise, you will be fined. So a famous example, fined by the regulation, yes, it's called West Ham United Football Club. Okay, so when selling, for example, Mr. Carlos and Javier, it's two handsome guys, to the West Ham United is the buyer. Now, the buying club buys these two top players. However, the football club did not disclose the third-party ownership with regards to these two top players, okay, to the legal authority. Now, when West Ham United, yes, having the Premier League, attending a Premier League, but it breached the rules of the Premier League, and subsequently, lack of transparency, recorded a fine of 5.5 million UK pounds instead, eventually, for the buying club. So make sure that you're ready. So in the exam, athletic transcendental company or act company may have such risk when it is buying top players from other clubs. Make sure they always bear that in mind. The payment to the third party or the groups of investors needs to be disclosed properly, and this will be the third party ownership. I would say that, okay, instead of simply focusing on I would like to save costs, okay, on the travel expenses, something like that. But keep an eye on to the major risk on the screen, okay? It's the third-party ownership, or TPO, rather than just saving, accommodation costs and traveling expenses. But save money on such fines will be a lot more important, okay? So make sure that you always bear in mind that the background information of the precinct is absolutely important. Otherwise, students will keep writing their answers like they never worked in that industry. They knew nothing at all, just to be a bookworm of the SBL. Just avoid that, okay? Differentiate yourself from others. Make sure that you do that. Yes, watch my recordings will be one of the ways that you can do that. Okay, now, I'd like to stop this recording now, okay, for the second part here. I'd like to remind you that I've done lots in summary, okay, for each paragraph, insightful analysis, so you know exactly what you are doing when reading the precinct. And I'm sure that with a bit of practice, with my tipped questions later on, you'll be no surprise that pass the SBL exam very, very easy. Okay, I'm going to be stopping the recording now, and I look forward to seeing you in future studies. Bye-bye.
APC, accounting for your future.
Welcome to the ACCA SBL for the latest precinct for the March 2024 exam, and the case information. So we are given by the ACCA, and the case name is called Athletic Transcentral Football Club. All right. Now, for the March 2024 exam questions, it will be based on this company, short for AT. My name is Steve, the fellow member of ACCA. So in this recording onwards, I'll be taking you through to the latest precinct applications and to map it with the SBL syllabus. Now, firstly, as always, I've prepared you with the precinct analysis note written by myself. And for this case, from my perspective, I will be going through, as you can see on the screen, 17 chapters altogether. The first chapter, I'll be taking you through to the entire precinct and giving you lots of background information and also the real-life companies as well. Followed by the PESTLE analysis by identifying the macro environments that the business is operating in, which is the Athletic Transcentral Football Club, short for AT. Analysing the industry by using the 5 forces to see whether or not this industry is attractive or not. And even performing the value chain analysis, okay, for this company. And of course, from my perspective, the human resource management will be the very key in this industry. And this is why, if you see the financial statement of the football clubs, most likely the intangible asset value will be particularly high. I'll explain in a second. Followed by Chapter 5, I'd like to touch on the governance issue. Because nowadays, the ACT company, which means the Athletic Transcentral Football Club, is not listed at the moment. And what if that it becomes a listed company later on the exam date? Of course, we will need to see the corporate governance issues, followed by the environmental issues, ESG, so building in, the risk strategy, and also related to audit, and also the technology and data analysis will be built in. Of course, in this recording, I'll show you how. Internal controls, cultural analysis, leadership, and also evaluation of particular projects by performing the, for example, the marginal costing analysis and NPV and so on. Project management, change management, and also process management, and last but not least, talent management in the final chapter. Now, the way we're going to be taking you through to the precinct, of course, as you can see on the screen, you can download this from the ACCA if you are going to sit the March 2024 SBL exam. Firstly, in this recording, I'll be taking you through to the introduction, okay, of this industry. Of course, I'd like to complicate it as well, because my view is this. As always, okay, if you can see in my previous recordings for September 2023, December 2023, I've tipped correctly more than 50% of the areas coming up in the actual exam. And my view for the SBL exam is this. ACCA has done us a favour by releasing the very complicated case background information 2 weeks before the actual exam. This does not necessarily mean that you can simply read that information and to, yes, plan your answer and even write your answer on the exam date without knowing any practical knowledge, okay, regarding the case background. Of course, ACCA does officially say that doing a lot of research into real-life companies is not necessary. However, my SBL students, of course, achieved very high in the past, that they know exactly what is happening in the real life and why the information in the pre-scene is given. They know the reasons. And this is why when they're constructing their answers on the exam date, their answers, yes, very high quality. So therefore, my view is that when I apply and to read the information from a pre-scene, I would like to bring the real-life companies in and show you the possibilities of how we're going to be thinking about that issue. Followed by the sector information, and the country that we are operating in is called Ireland. Okay, again, it's a fake country. Okay, just to avoid any political stuff. Followed by quite a lot of things in there, and then Chapter 3, yes, our company is called ACCA, or Athletic Trans Central Football Club. Yes, we've got teams and we've got ball structures, information systems and stadiums and so on, and also the website extract of our company, and also finally the selected summary of the financial information. Now, let me take you through to the introduction firstly. Now, this is a football, or you can call it a soccer club, and plays in the football league, okay, in the country called Ireland. And Ireland is a country in the continent of Russia, okay, it's like the European Union, something like that. And the club is owned by AT company, okay, now, Athletic Trans Central Company. Now, our company has the sole objective of operating the club. Okay, so whether or not we're going to be diversifying the business, I think the answer is probably no. Okay, so we're going to see why in a second. Now, the AT Football Club, very successful, but increasingly struggle to compete with others. Now, my view is that the competition is quite severe, okay, in this market. So this is why you need to always think about to really increase the revenue streams, okay, in terms of the amount of revenues that you can get, and also the number of streams, okay. So we're going to be seeing that later on. I.e., yes, to differentiate yourself from others, okay, by relying on the high-performance key players in particular. Now, we are told the 80, okay, is used in the actual exam questions. Now, firstly, I will take you through to chapter 1 of my note. Firstly, I've summarised the key point from the pre-scene. Yes, ACCA is a football club and owned by 80 and very successful. And this is why this is the introduction paragraph there. Now, this is absolutely not enough from my perspective. Now, I would like to take you a step further. Firstly, if you can see the design of the kit of AT, based on my own imaginations, okay, because from the pre-scene later on you will see that the AT's traditional colours are white shirt, with black sleeves and black shorts and socks. Okay, I imagine the pictures looks like that. All right, so through a bit of research, I understand that a bit similar to Juventus, okay? It's a football club based in Italy. And also Newcastle United, okay? You can see the kit design from there. Besides, I'd like to show you that currently ACCA is not listed and is owned by the family members. Now, if that's the case then, what sort of football clubs in real life that will be very similar to the AT, Athletic Transcentral Company? Well, my answer would be Manchester United. Okay, I'm sure that you heard of that before. Now, Manchester United was originally owned by the Edwards family, but listed on the stock exchange in London, okay, later on to get more finance. However, in 2005, Manchester United was bought by the American businessman, Mr. Glazer. And Mr. Glazer, to buy Manchester United, Mr. Glazer has borrowed lots of money to buy this football club. So borrow lots of money to buy the football club is called the leverage buyout. However, this really upsets a lot of Manchester United fans. Later on, I'll show you why in a second. Now, in 2012, of course, Manchester United was listed again, but not in London any longer. However, on the New York Stock Exchange in the United States of America. Right then. Now, the challenge is, okay, so currently we are not listed. However, in the actual exam question, the examiner may say, okay, in order to broaden our revenue streams, I would like to obtain a public listing status. So show me the reasons why this would be a case and the pros and cons of doing that. Or perhaps in the third question, perhaps that after a company's been listed, okay, a businessman took over our company and make it private again. Right, so if that's the case, then what sort of risks and issues you need to consider in that? Of course, currently in the SBL exam, questions are quite common sense indeed. So, let me take you through my analysis. So firstly, if you were to use the LBO, which means the leverage buyout, which means to borrow money to buy the football club. Borrow money to buy the football club. So if that's the case, then I would say that this will increase the amount of debt, okay, in the financial statement. So because the debt is so high, interest expense we need to pay will be so high, and therefore it is highly likely that the football club will subsequently increase the ticket prices. Okay, so if that's the case, then it seems that the club is like the profit-driven entity. Of course, at that particular moment in time, the fan of Manchester United opposed that, because it seems to be a cultural shift from the sporting institution towards a profit-making business. And of course, if the level of debt is so high, this will reduce the investments in the property, plant, equipment, okay, for example, the stadium and facilities. Of course, over-commercialization, such as you may be making several sponsorship deals. For example, you sell the naming rights of your home ground to others. So if that's the case, then it will certainly upset the fun, okay, of this company. So I would say later on I will take you through to 3 levels of strategies later on and to show you exactly that to engage with our fun of our company will be absolutely key there. Okay, I'll show you how in a second. Now, in 2012, Manchester United was listed again. Why? Because it was bought by Mr. Glazer using debt. So to list the company, getting finance from the equity holders, I can use the money to pay debt, okay, so to lower the debt level. At the same time, yes, I can have more monies and to expand globally, and especially making our brand more popular. So this is why Manchester United have chosen the area not in the UK any longer, but to list the company on the New York Stock Exchange. In order for Mr. Glazer or the family members to get control over that company, he's very clever indeed, because in the United States of America, you can have different classes of your shares. Of course, Mr. Glazer retains the Class B shares, which has 10 times of the voting power than the Class A shares. So of course, maintaining such structure within that business enables the family members to still get control over that company. And of course, in the actual exam question, yes, you can always bring this thought, okay, to your script, that say to the examining team that, okay, if the company goes listed onto the stock exchange, how are we going to be, yes, helping the family members to control that business? Yes, you can use that idea, for example, different classes of shares by choosing where to list your company. Now, the next information I'd like to take you through is the strategies of our company. Of course, according to the ACCA SBL syllabus, we have got 3 levels of strategies. I'm sure they heard of that before. It's like the pyramid, something like this. So on top of that, it's called strategic level, and then follows by a tactical level, i.e. how to compete with our competitors, and the daily work, which means our operational level strategies. I mean, strategies would just to be the ways that you run your business. You can, yes, interpret that as the business model, something like that. And of course, you can also referring to the Drucker's definition of strategies, all about the long-term stuff. Okay, now, I'm not going to be recapping the theory part, okay, of the strategy, but I'll rather take you through to the application of strategies to the AT company. Now, firstly, my view is this. For the strategic part, which means the top level strategy, I would like to look at this, okay, related to AT in 3 aspects. Firstly, yes, we need to think about how to expand the business globally, and then followed by investing in infrastructures, for example, stadium or facilities. And thirdly, I would like to think about the innovation, especially related to sustainability issues that we can differentiate from other football clubs. Of course, instead of diversifying the business, for example, introducing additional port lines and so on, I'm not particularly interested in those areas. I'm sure that the examining team will not be very interested in those areas, because if you see that the football club never did those things. Now, firstly, expand globally. I would say that there would be lots of cultural issues and even the political and religious issues that you need to consider. So an example I can give you is that when European clubs tour Asia, Middle East, yes, they would find, for example, the language issues, okay? Especially for the pre-season games, that the language barriers, cultural misunderstandings, for example, the customs such as the Muslims, and the political and the religious issues, for example, between Israel and Palestine, and so on. So cultural sensitivity is always, we need to bear that in mind when operating an international football club. To solve this, most likely, yes, investing in local market research of potential differences in culture, hiring regional experts will certainly help. So this means that you will need to put budget on these areas, okay? Making sure they always remember them in the actual exam. Now, secondly, is the infrastructure investment. Yes, from the pre-seen material I will show you in subsequent recordings, I've quoted here, is that the attendance for 80's Division 1 matches was just to be 96.5%, is nearly to be full capacity in the industry, which means this is very good. However, I would say that, yeah, sometimes it may be seen as a failure that in the UK, yes, we've got a football club called Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, yes, located in London. It built a particular stadium costing £1 billion UK pounds. However, after it is built, yes, we have also the COVID-19, the attendance, yes, will be quite low. So this means that, yes, the investment was not quite successful. So therefore, yes, project management, you need to look at that very carefully. At the same time, the internal controls, okay? So especially when you're talking about the risk management, to make sure that the project milestones will be audited, okay? So very, very important indeed. Now, the next area from a strategic point of view, at the top part of the strategy, will be the sustainability and innovation there. And here, I'm giving you an example. Another football club is called Forest Green Rovers, okay, if you see that there. Now, according to FIFA, yes, it's been recognized by FIFA, the Forest Green Rovers Football Club is the world's greenest football club. Now, what it did, okay, as the ESG initiative, is that firstly, from an environmental point of view, it uses green technology to make sure that the lawn will be powered by 100% renewable energy. At the same time, yes, using organic pitch. That's important. So, and also providing vegan manure, yes, will be the specific steps that it takes. And for the social responsibility side, okay, it makes sure that the transportation will be sustainable. So, for example, providing electric bus services on match days, okay, to the fans and staff. From a governance point of view, yes, the club's owner is passionate about adopting sustainability initiatives, okay, inside the business and outside the business. So this means that this requires the leadership part application, okay, to this company. I'll show you how in a second. Of course, yes, from a tactical point of view, I also introduced you another three elements, okay, applied to the act company, and also even the operational strategies. Another three elements, okay, regarding the financial management and risk management and so on, giving you lots and lots of examples. But I'm going to be stopping this recording now because I would like to take you through to tactical parts from the next recording in our course. And of course, in our pre-seen application, as you can see, not only I'm providing you with the pre-seen analysis, but also I'm providing you with the tip questions and also requirements and how we might answer the requirements by linking with the pre-seen information there. So a lot of valuable stuff, okay, just to increase the chances that you can pass the exam and to boost your exam confidence, okay, so I'm here to help. Right there, I'm going to be stopping the recording now and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye-bye.
APC, accounting for your future.